Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello? Welcome. Hello. Welcome. I'm having a day. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Please, please, please. I need some thumbs up that you can see and hear me. I was having some issues. I want to make sure this time, before I continue, that I get some thumbs up that you can see and hear me. Some silly little updates. Oops, there's a cat where I want to put my foot. There were some silly little updates on my computer, and whenever that happens, well, not every time it happens, but sometimes it really fucks things up. Okay. There we are. So Jet says sound and video is good. Thank you. So far we hopefully still have in the SandBox. Well, we have Jet, Bobby, let's see, Stanley Beckett. Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, no, it's having issues. It wasn't connecting. It wasn't, and that's on top of, Twitter. You see, I still predominantly use Twitter to source my stories, because that's still where a lot of the journalists and all the politicians are, so I have to go there, and it is becoming more and more difficult to use all the fucking time. All the vague posting is driving me absolutely crazy, because people will be like, they'll put in a couple sentences, but then they want you to click on it so that they can hopefully make money and all this sort of bullshit. So there's no more real conversations, and then there's just like bot after bot replying to things, and you don't even know if you're interacting with humans anymore. All that sort of stuff. But you see, this is going to sound a little boomer, but I use Twitter on my desktop for this. You know, I'm not using my phone for this. I'm using Twitter on my desktop. And so for me to bookmark all the things that I want to review for the live stream, I like it. And so then I go through my likes, and then I take them out, and I do all this stuff. But for some reason, you can't view your own likes anymore on the desktop version. It could be that they're trying to switch things over and they fucked up, which is entirely possible, because on my phone, the likes are still there, but the menu bar has been changed a bit. So I think they might be attempting to upgrade or change. I wouldn't necessarily call it an upgrade, but change the display of the menu bar and forgot to keep the likes in. So I literally had to sit there on my phone, and all the tweets that I wanted to use for today, I had to DM them to me so that I could open them through my chat, so that I would actually have them. It was a big pain in the ass. Oh. So yeah, it's a little bit frustrating. But, you know, before coming on today, I didn't see that anyone else was live. It seems like it's a very quiet Sunday. Like there's not too many people doing stuff. I know it's August. People are pretty much burnt out. They need a break. They need a vacation. I get it. I get it. But, you know, the news continues, and I'm continuing doing my thing with the news. Let's make sure I get the right one up first that I want to go to. Not that one. This one. And so I don't have like massively long dockets today either, so this might be a shorter show for me, so like only 3 or 4 hours. 'Cause yeah, it was just a pain to set up everything, but I hope everyone else is doing okay. Um, Hopefully Twitter remedies the like situation. If not, I'm going to have to think of a different way of saving tabs so that I can view them later on, because even the bookmarks don't seem to be visible on my bio on or my profile on the desktop. I hate that I have to use this technology in order to do my job, and I have no say over how this technology is used or anything. Anyway, yeah. So, let's see. How are we doing for possible viewers? Okay, yep. I think it might be a slow turnout day. Again, I didn't see anyone else live streaming right now, so I think people are pretty much wound down. You know, truth be told, mental health wise, I'm having a bitch of a day. My mental health is fried. So, in a way, I kind of need to do this, cover horrifying news, to not focus, like to distract myself from everything else going on in my head. So, huh. Let's see. Should we just get into it? I don't know if there's anything else I need to update people on. Maybe at the end, we can have a little bit of downtime. I could use some help figuring out the full name of some of the characters in my vampire book. Because I'm getting closer to getting the initial draft of the TYT essay done. I stumbled across some things. I don't know if I'm going to hear back from them. And if I don't know if I should add them at all or leave them out, or because if I don't include them because they're left unresolved, then that means that I'm going to have to change up something else. And yeah, you know how it goes. Hello, True Democratic North. Welcome to the SandBox. Yeah, but there's these little things that I stumbled across while researching the TYT essay. And by little things, I mean it could be potentially, you know, big news. But I have no verification I'm right. And until I have that verification, I don't want to go public with anything. And I don't know if I'm going to get that verification. Like I want closure on them. That's what I want. I want to know if I'm right or wrong. That's what I want right now. Anyway, why don't we just kind of hop into the news? Like I said, I don't have terribly long dockets today. I do have 4 dockets. So we have one about issues around, you know, Palestine. Then there's one about issues around the United States and, you know, the complete authoritarian state of the states. There wasn't much in like federal news. So I kind of lumped that in with like climate news. And, you know, with provincial news, there's really one big story that I'll be covering. And the rest are kind of like little one-off things. But anyway, why don't we just get into it? Let's see if this works. It's the right screen, yay! Okay. Let's make sure. There we go. Yeah, okay, so this is the correct screen that I want it to be on. Score 1 for a little less tech issues. So here we have from The Guardian. This is just diabolical. Like, I don't normally use that word, but yeah. Hello, reference frame. Yeah, diabolical is not necessarily a word I use when covering the news, but I don't know if there's a better word for this other than just like psychotic genocidal behavior. So, reporting from The Guardian, Israel's deliberately starting wildfires in southern Lebanon, firefighters say. This is kind of like weaponizing climate change. Because because these fires can easily get out of control with the way the environment is right now. And we'll be talking about climate change stuff later on, but this is like weaponizing climate change to do this. So emergency services, residents, environmental groups say military dropping flares to destroy forest and crops. So firefighters and residents of southern Lebanon have accused the Israeli military of lighting wildfires in the region as forested areas burn down in a blaze sparked by Israeli bombing. This is just a genocide in 4K. Like, we see it. We all see it. They're bragging. They're showing us. In the future, the world will look back at us and be like, so how did this happen? Because it's not like we didn't know. The entire world knew. So how did it happen? Like, it is mind-boggling to me. And the people in the future are just going to be like, what the fuck? Why didn't you guys do anything? Because we're living through that moment where people, used to think like, oh, if I lived through the Second World War, what would I have done? I think I would have done this or this or this. And we're learning very quickly what a lot of people would have done in that situation. And that is a big old nothing. While other people promote it and other people justify it. It is mind-boggling that they're getting away with this. So environmental groups said fires in recent weeks were part of a long-standing Israeli practice of targeting Lebanon's natural environment. On Tuesday, the Israeli military dropped flares in a wooded area outside of Qiyam in southern Lebanon, sparking blazes. When firefighters attempted to extinguish the flame, a drone struck close by, forcing them to withdraw, said the head of civil defense in Naboth region. Okay, I can't do these names right now. Not even close. My brain is fried, like I said earlier. But again, it is just diabolical that they are weaponizing climate change like this, because of course it can get out of control. Of course it can just devastate areas. And then to prevent the firefighters from going in, that's really, they prevent ambulance drivers from getting to victims of a bombing. And now they're preventing firefighters from getting to a fire to hopefully get it under control before it destroys entire neighborhoods. But that's what Israel wants. They want those neighborhoods destroyed. Most of our missions are now related to fires. The person said, there are enormous areas of woodlands that have burned. I don't have exact figures, but the area close to the front line, around 30 to 40% of land has been affected by fires. The Israeli military has caused fires across sub-Lebanon, in particular in olive groves and on agricultural land, according to videos and testimony from emergency services in the nearly 2 months since the 17th June ceasefire that mostly ended fighting between Hezbollah and Israel. So this is their plausible deniability. Well, we're not bombing them. No. We're not bombing them. We might be starting fires, but it's not the same thing. We're still abiding by the ceasefire. Not that they really care to ever abide by the ceasefire. So they started doing this right after the ceasefire, and there have been incendiary bombs every day. Incendiary? You know what I mean. The person said small drones come out and drop the materials. White phosphorus shells are fired at woodlands in addition to illumination flares that have dropped during the daytime, so the vegetation catches fire. Firefighters and residents of the other areas in South Lebanon describe similar blazes being started by Israeli munitions and drones in dry scrub and woodlands. On Friday, Israeli munitions created large wildfires in 2 heavily forested areas in this area here, close to the border and between this area and this other area. Sorry, I'm having a day. The civil defense station chief in the area, Samir, said fire was started near That place on Friday afternoon after a drone dropped ammunition in woodlands. After battling blades overnight, the extinguishing them on Saturday, a second drone started another fire on Sunday, Hardin said. So, yeah. I'll toss this into the SandBox so that you can finish reading up on that if you so wish. Let's see. We got more people jumping into SandBox. Thank you, Hermeteorologist and Will. Nice to see you all out. I might be short in reading articles today because, again, I'm not having a great day mental health-wise, but got news to cover. Got a lot of stuff to, well, not that much, actually. Again, I don't have huge dockets today, which is kind of nice. So moving on to this again. So here you have them starting fires in some areas, and in other areas, like in the West Bank, they're diverting water. Again, it's just diabolical, but in this, it's like so in your face because they're diverting water and making that a tourist attraction. So they can literally bathe in, the lifeblood of the land. Let me just plug in my headphones here. So this person just saying, not really sure how he explained to later generations how there was a highly televised ethnic cleansing in 4K. So Israeli settlers in the occupied West Bank diverted a spring that was a lifeline for the Palestinian village, cutting irrigation pipes in June and converting them into a tourist attraction, leaving nearby farms barren. So let's start from the beginning, and I'll probably speed this up.
Israeli settler Yishai Schreiber enjoys a pool filled with fresh water diverted from Palestinian land.
They're afraid, terrified to death, right? Any Arab family that came here would simply run away.
The spring was a lifeline for the nearby village of Fasail in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. But in June, settlers cut off the Palestinians' irrigation pipes and siphoned the water for their own use, including filling this ancient pool. Settlers soon advertised it as an Israeli tourist attraction. Welcome to Herod's Pools, the sign reads, bearing the logo of the party of Israeli far-right minister and settler Bezalel Smotrich, who pledged financial support for the development. There are no Palestinians here, only Israeli families.
All these people are just monsters. And this is indoctrinating their children into this, we're going to destroy the land of the Palestinian and bathe in the water that they need to sustain their farms, to sustain just life in general. The way that they abuse the water in the West Bank, they put cement down wells. They don't allow Palestinians to collect rainwater. It's ethnic cleansing. Like, there's just no way around it. They're making the land unlivable. You have no choice. If the land has no water, you have no choice. You have to leave if you want to survive.
Show them what the truth is, meaning you show who is strong, who is really the owner of the house. Then they will simply flee.
Nearby, Saad Nemer's crops are dried out. His greenhouses would usually be full of eggplant, zucchini and watermelon. We haven't had a drop of water for the past 3 months, the Palestinian farmer says, and many families in Fasail will lose their livelihoods. Nemer said settlers had threatened him and beaten up an employee for attempting to approach the spring as far back as 2 years ago. He showed Reuters land ownership documents, including one from Israel's Kogat military agency, proving both the spring and the pools were on his land.
We cannot go fix it or do any maintenance work since 2 settlers arrived there and prevented us.
Neither Kogat nor Smotrich responded to requests for comment. Israel's far-right government has backed a massive expansion of settlements across the West Bank, where settler attacks on Palestinians and seizure of their resources have risen sharply. Since the start of this year alone, at least 160 sites related to water and sanitation came under settler attack, according to UN data. Palestinian activist Faris Fuqaha estimates that settlers have seized control of 95% of springs in the northern Jordan Valley, displacing communities. It's heartbreaking, he says. While Adil Yassin of the Palestinian Water Authority called it part of a water war to force Palestinians off the land.
It harms the Palestinian side more than shooting at them. A bullet kills one person, but cutting off a water source kills a community.
These natural springs are some of the last still accessible to Palestinians. They're near the city of Nablus, and in the past rarely faced settler raids. But hundreds descended this summer to sit at the tables and wade through the pools. Nizam Faris owns the park.
People have become scared and jumpy. They come and ask if the settlers have come or not. We don't see peace and tranquility. We see things going from bad to worse.
Because the other thing that happens when they destroy the water sources the way that they do is that they also destroy community. Because, as you can see here, people gather around these springs for family events, for, barbecues, for, a place for the community to just gather and be with each other. And so by destroying the springs that they would normally have and whatnot, they're destroying communities as well, like just the sense of community among each other. And speaking of tourists and tourist attractions, it's, you have so many IDF soldiers that have just gone and participated in a genocide, and then they want to go on vacay and vent. And they bring all of their ideology with them, all of their, supremacist ideas with them when they travel to different parts, and they feel entitled. They feel entitled to the land that they go to, in large part because no one is stopping them. In Gaza, in the West Bank, there is no real pushback. And so why wouldn't they expand? Why wouldn't they just go other places and say, you know what, this is now mine too? Because if they never face any consequences for their settler colonialism, it never stops. So this is from Al Jazeera Plus. My country is not prepared for this mental health crisis that they are dumping upon my people. Israelis are vacationing in the Philippines after participating in the genocide in Gaza, and locals are fighting back. Again, I'm going to speed this up a bit.
Filipinos say Israelis are taking over this protected island, and locals are fighting back.
The aggressions, from microaggressions to even bigger incidents, are forms of neocolonization.
Siargao is a protected island, and Filipinos want to preserve its marine life. But in recent years, Israelis have flocked to the island after serving in the military during the genocide in Gaza. Siargao locals have held protests against the influx of Israeli tourists.
In August 2023,
and other settler nations with capitalism and all that sort of stuff, they're fans of this too. Like, they're not going to stop. They're not going to help the people in Indonesia here, or the Philippines, I mean. They're not going to help them because they want, more Western expansion into these areas. They want the hotels and the resorts and all of this sort of stuff. They want more spots of the settler colonialism, Western capitalism.
a Chabad house, or Hasidic Jewish Community Center, was opened in Siargao to exclusively house other Israelis.
Local residents said the business was illegal and didn't have the permits to operate. Many say the Chabad house also hosts parties until the early hours and disrespects neighbors. And despite locals protesting, the owners are continuing with the expansion of the Chabad project anyway.
One very big problem we have with community centers like the Chabad house that's being established is how they openly market themselves as a retreat for their armed forces. Like, fresh out of war, they'll ship them to my country, to Thailand, to India, so they can blow off steam, which is what they do. They have their own raves, they have their own events, they have their exclusive cultural gatherings or whatever. My country is not prepared for this mental health crisis that they are dumping upon my people.
Locals in Siargao say Israelis are building illegally, threatening and attacking business owners, and harassing the island's LGBTQ community.
Yep, they just come over there and, use the same tactics that they were using in Gaza and the West Bank. And how they love to say, oh, but imagine if you're queer and you try to survive in Gaza right now. Well, the only thing I would be worried about is being, slaughtered by the IDF. But here they are coming to the Philippines and harassing the LGBTQ community. They're not the good guys in any way whatsoever.
Community.
It makes us feel very displaced and disrespected and almost helpless. We've been here centuries, and suddenly this new group of people is trying to like insert themselves. They're on tourist visas, right? But their intention is not to be tourists. They're trying to settle here.
Locals have also reportedly complained online that Israelis have refused to pay restaurant bills and even called Filipino staff slaves. And Rich believes it's part of a wider issue of Israeli tourists acting superior to Filipinos.
There's a huge tendency for them to disrespect people of other cultures. There are cases of them talking down to Filipinos, talking down to other Asians, treating us like we're lesser than them.
In May, a group of Israeli tourists reportedly attacked a cafe on the island that displayed a Palestinian flag, assaulting one of its Filipino owners and damaging the property.
They came back like on a different day and they broke into the cafe, they vandalized the place, they caused property damage, and they assaulted the owners, and then they left. The reports say that they were masked individuals.
In December of 2021, the Philippines was hit by Typhoon Odette. Residents in Siargao spent years trying to rebuild their communities after infrastructure was damaged and clean water access became more difficult. But the influx of tourists is making the recovery and rebuilding harder.
They feel like they can just move here and take over spaces and displace our own people just because they're many or just because they have some money.
Yeah, just wait for a natural disaster to go into an ideal area that they want to have resorts in, and then go in and buy up all the land at a discount when the people are already, they're forced off because of the destruction. It's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. But you know, at least here in Canada, we can do something about it. Look at this. Oh, sanctions. There's sanctions. Oh, okay, finally. Been waiting to hear this from Canada, that there's sanctions. So Minister Anand announces sanctions against defense manufacturing company. Ooh, that's sounding good. The Honorable Anita Anand, Minister of Foreign Affairs, today announced that Canada is imposing sanctions on a Strike Group under the Special Economic Measures Russia regulations. Strike Group is a defense manufacturer that produces armored vehicles and other military equipment. Canada is sanctioning this company following multiple credible reports confirming that armored vehicles they manufactured have been used by the Russian National Guard, which is involved in Russia's ongoing war in Ukraine. So what you're saying is you actually do know how to sanction weapons manufacturers when they're participating in something that involves war crimes and whatnot. Are you going to do this to Elbit Systems? Are you going to sanction them for participating and sending weapons into a genocide? Because apparently you do know how, Anita. You know how to do the sanctioning thing. In fact, here's some more sanctioning. Canada sanctions 5 Iranian officials over blockade of Strait of Hormuz. So you're sanctioning Iranians because they're defending themselves against the aggression of the United States and Israel. Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand announced new sanctions today on 5 Iranian officials for undermining international peace, security, and stability. Where did this start again? So you're not sanctioning Donald Trump. You're not sanctioning Benjamin Netanyahu for starting this war. But you're sanctioning Iran because, you know, they're messing up the international peace by using the only tools they have available to them to defend themselves. And it wouldn't just be this. If they found another way to defend themselves, then they'd be sanctioned for whatever reason it is, because how dare they fight back? How dare they? So with the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, the sanctioned individuals include these people here. The sanctions notes say about 1,500 vessels were stranded in the Persian Gulf as of August 6. I don't know if I can put this link into the SandBox because it's super duper long, but I think you get the point with this. So Anita Anand knows how to sanction. She knows the process. It's not like she hasn't been sanctioning Israel because she's been oblivious to what the procedure is. She apparently can do it, but not when it has to do with anything with the United States or Israel. But when people are trying to defend themselves against the United States and Israel, that deserves sanctioning. Like, I'm not against them sanctioning the weapons manufacturer for Russia. Like, good, sanction them. Now sanction Elbit. Just sanction them, too. You can do it, Anita. You've shown you know how. You can do it. Because a reminder of what's happening over in Gaza and Palestine. Photos of the journalists killed in Gaza displayed on a sidewalk in front of the CBC building in Toronto. Israel killed all of these journalists, yet mainstream media remains silent. Anita Anand is covering for this as well. It's not like she doesn't know this is happening. That more journalists have been killed in this conflict than like almost all others in recorded in our lifetime put together. They're being targeted. Their families are being targeted. But you sanction Iran. You sanction a Russian weapons manufacturer. Good on that one. But you don't sanction the people who are committing blatant war crimes. But at least the tide is turning a little bit here in Canada. There's more pushback. It's becoming a little bit more evident that the Zionists are feeling some of the heat. So here we have CIJA, that's the Canadian APAC, is being sued for $125,000 by Brosha Manny. Former Montreal commissioner is suing CIJA for defamation. CIJA has now removed this article from 2021 from their website. I think a class action in Canada against CIJA is apropos. We'd have enough complaints. And so here's an article about this suit here. So former Montreal anti-racism commissioner sues Jewish group over alleged Hitler comparison. Montreal's former anti-racism commissioner, Brosha Manny, is suing a prominent Jewish advocacy group, Prominent Zionist Group, alleging it published a visual montage comparing her to Adolf Hitler. The alleged comparison is part of what Manny claims was a nearly 3-year campaign by the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs, CIJA, to discredit her, undermine her professional credibility, and to get her fired from the city of Montreal. She is seeking $125,000 in damages in a lawsuit filed in Quebec Superior Court in Montreal. At the center of the claim is CIJA publication from around June 11th, 2025. The lawsuit alleges the organization published a message questioning Manny's competence in circulating a visual montage comparing her to Adolf Hitler. Because if you oppose genocide, then you're comparable to Hitler. Yeah, okay. If you oppose genocide, then you're right up there with Hitler, huh? Wow, okay, yeah. Manny argues the alleged comparison associated her with a figure responsible for the genocide of Jews and emblematic of anti-Semitism, constituting an extreme attack on her honor and dignity. The publication is identified as an exhibit on the lawsuit, but the Gazette has not seen it. Manny is seeking $100,000 in moral damages for the alleged harm caused to her and a further $25,000 in punitive damages. None of the allegations have been tested in court. So I will toss this into the SandBox if you would like to finish reading that. But yeah. Good on ya. let's see if there's anything more. Ooh, this is interesting, this next one. So this, Jennifer Evans had tweeted this out, and this is, I wouldn't necessarily say pretty huge, but I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. You're feeling the heat now, huh? So Jennifer is saying this is pretty huge. Reisman says the conduct and duration of the war and what Israel is doing in the West Bank have definitely contributed to the volume and intensity of anti-Semitism in Canada. So let's just back up a quote tweet here. So this is the Indigo CEO. Heather Reisman is speaking out about rising anti-Semitism and the anti-Israeli protests that have dogged her for years, and reveals she no longer supports Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. So yes, she owns an Indigo. She's the CEO of it, and it was targeted with like spray paint, things that can be washed off easily. And allegedly, she had the phone number of the police commissioner and was able to, send police officers after the protesters. And some of them were charged with crimes. I believe almost all of them, the charges were dropped. So absolute Zionist, because people tend to forget that the Indigo wasn't targeted because she is Jewish. It was targeted because she is sending money to help the IDF. And so it's gotten to the point now where, especially with what Benjamin Netanyahu is doing, is that it's so toxic and so dangerous, and the tide is turning against Zionists, that she's realizing, oh, I can't use this as a cover anymore. People, they see through it now. Yeah, and now associating with Netanyahu and this genocide makes me a bigger target. Oh, so she's saying so definitely contribute to the volume intensity of anti-Semitism in Canada, not caused it, but contributed to it. She acknowledges the murder of children, says the violence people see is real rather than invented propaganda, and that Netanyahu's government no longer reflects the liberal democratic values on which much of her attachment to Israel was founded. So she was just a little Zionist. Probably one of the most clarifying statements by a highly prominent Canadian Jewish business person on the consequences of what's happening in Gaza and Likud policies. So yeah, she's now realizing that she's saying a contributor, but I would say it's one of the main reasons anti-Semitism has just absolutely been exploding around the globe right now, is because of what the Israeli government is doing. It's because of the genocide and the IDF soldiers and the diverting water from the West Bank so that they can have a fun little tourist attraction while crops go dry. It's their behavior when they go to other countries to blow off steam after blowing up people. That is causing a rise in anti-Semitism, not the people out there saying the genocide is bad and being pro-Palestinian. They're not the ones that are contributing to it. It's the actions of the government that is making it worse for people. And it's gotten so bad that this Zionist bookshop owner is like, oh, maybe I should distance myself from this. But here we have from Action Network, write a letter to Canada Revenue Agency, no subsidies for war crimes, investigate a foundation. So, just again, these types of petitions, they do help. And if enough of people push back, it can, slower than I would like, make a difference. Take a moment and send a letter to Canada Revenue Agency. Let them know that HESG Foundation for Lone Soldiers appear to be violating Canada Revenue Agency rules by associating foreign military. The registered charity was established to assist Israeli military and promote non-Israelis to join that force, but CRA rules state clearly that supporting the armed forces of another country is not charitable. Established by, there we go, Heather Reisman. Yep, encouraging people to go join the IDF. And Gerald Schwartz, the Hegseth Foundation provides scholarships and other supports to non-Israelis, lone soldiers, who join the Israeli military. It funds scholarships for members of an undercover commando unit known for disguising itself and blending in with Palestinians in the occupied territories to carry out operations. So maybe, just maybe, Heather Reisman is now distancing herself because she's realizing all this undue attention to this charity could get caught up with the CRA and she'd be in deep trouble. But this is why people were targeting the Indigo, not because she was Jewish, but because of this charity that she helped create, establish. After the IDF killed 1,400 Palestinians in Gaza during Operation Cast Lead in 2009. But I thought this just started after Hamas. No. This conflict did not start on October 7th. It's been going on for quite some time, and by conflict, it's been genocide. I don't know how to pronounce this acronym here. Delivered 160,000 in gifts to IDF soldiers who took part in the violence. The charity board has included a handful of top former Israeli military officials. This includes Chief Commander of the Israeli military in Gaza West Bank, that person, and more people that are bad. Anyway, I'm going to toss this link into the SandBox. Feel free to send a letter. I will do that after this stream. Okay. So that's it for that docket. I gotta remind myself not to close that tab so that I can fill it out afterwards. So go and check the SandBox. See how people are doing. It looks like more people have jumped in. That's good. The more people participate in the SandBox, the better it does in the algorithms. Sorry, I am really off kilter today. Just ebbs and flows with mental health. You know how it goes. So let's see. I said hi to Will. I'm pretty sure I remember that. Pretty sure I said hi to Hermeteorologist. Hello, Rusty. USA Christian support genocide. There's probably more evangelical Zionists in the United States than there are Jewish Zionists. Again, this is why I try to always make it clear. It's the actions of the state. It's the Zionist political ideology. It's not Jewish people committing these crimes. Let's see. Hello, Mike working for Green. Nice to see you again. Let's see. Hello, BCAT, a society of sociopaths. Yeah. I sometimes think my life would be so much easier if I was like a psychopath or a sociopath, you know, just if I didn't care about so much. BCAT, they're raising more sociopaths. Yeah. Let's see. And then they'll accuse the Palestinians of indoctrinating their children, but really it's just when the children in Palestine see their parents get kidnapped, murdered, when a bomb destroys their house, that's not indoctrination when they then grow up and join an organization like Hamas. But when an Israeli teaches their child from birth that Palestinians are subhuman, that they're entitled to the land at any means whatsoever, that's indoctrination. Let's see. Jet, nothing but thugs taking over homes like that. Let's see. Hello, the Wild West. God, can we please sanction the USA? It would be so funny. Yeah, I say we should sanction the USA. That's for damn sure. uh, let's see. Well, it depends on what you classify as Israeli, Rusty, because there's a lot of Palestinians living in Israel. Uh, so are they Israeli? If you actually look at what Israel is, there's a lot of Palestinians living there. And that's part of the reason why they don't want a one-state solution, is that they might be outnumbered. But the people who are involved in this genocide would never consider Palestinians Israelis. I know. It's semantics, I know. And the polling there does suggest that there's a shocking high amount of people who are okay with what's happening in Gaza. Like, just, it's disturbing how, like, a genocidal mania has gripped that nation. And that's what the polling has been showing. And just like the lack of protests, like, I would hope that if there was a genocide being committed, right next to Canada, okay. I'm just thinking, wait a sec, that's settler colonialism for you, because the genocide of First Nations is still ongoing, and yeah, we're not really doing much about that, as in the government and people as a whole. I'm trying to bring awareness to it when I can. But yeah, no. Okay, so there goes that idea. Because I would say, I would hope that there be protests and people pushing back more, if there was a genocide happening on the borders of Canada. But yeah. That Western imperialism, just, it is destroying this world, literally. Like, it is. A lot of them will say, oh, communists have killed so many and this and that and the other thing. But this capitalist Western settler colonialism is literally killing the world. Billions of people. True democratic North, there's a shocking amount of theocratic people too, which explains why they are okay with it. Yeah. It's any sort of like extreme fundamentalist religion. This is why I'm against religious institutions. Believe what you want to believe. I have no issues with that. But religious institutions, they always have like this fundamentalist branch. Even if you go into, a religion like Buddhism, they're responsible for a genocide in Myanmar. So it's, yeah, any sort of extreme fundamentalism. And the reality is, all they're doing is using their religion as an excuse to enact what they already want to do. The takeover of the land, the dominance, the the control, the capitalism, all that sort of stuff. They just use their religion as an excuse. Because if most people actually lived by the doctrine of their religions, it wouldn't be like this. I don't think their Jesus Christ would approve of what Israel is doing to the Palestinians. The Wild West, I would say it's still genocide, not just a cultural genocide. I know the Canadian government has admitted to a cultural genocide when it comes to residential schools, and they do that for a very specific reason, because if they acknowledge it as an actual genocide, then that means the genocide convention can come in and start doing trials and stuff of that sort. That doesn't apply to a cultural genocide, though. But the way that indigenous peoples are incarcerated, what's happening to the land when it comes to clean water, lack of resources, lack of supports, the way children are still being taken away from families and all that sort of stuff, the way that they have medical neglect. I'd argue it's still full-fledged genocide, just a very slow-rolling one. But yeah, we'll be talking a little bit more about that First Nations in a little bit when it comes to the climate, because they're the ones pushing back the most, and it shouldn't be just on them to do it. It should be everyone else, because the climate affects everyone. We need this land to live, all of us, regardless of where you live. We need more people stepping up and saying no to data centers, no to pipelines, to actually do something about, bringing in renewable energy and building better infrastructure that will help support people during this climate crisis. Because at this point, there's no turning the ship around quickly with climate. It's going to get worse. Even if we start doing everything right now, like we stop all the oil pipelines, we stop all the data centers, it's still going to move forward and it's still going to get worse. And so now it's a matter of mitigate and try to eventually turn the ship back around. So it shouldn't just be on First Nations to be doing this. It's everyone's responsibility to be talking about it, to be fighting against it. And quite often, the only time you see people fighting against data centers are when they realize, oh, it's in my backyard. The same time when people realize it's like, oh, all those wildfires I've been seeing on TV. Well, now it's approaching my home. It's just, more people need to get involved. A lot of people care, but more people need to get involved. Okay, let's move on to the next docket, focusing on Americans, even though I'm starting off with something that isn't American, but it's related to the narrative. You'll see. Oh, and at the end, I'm not talking about America, I'm talking about Canada. So it's a little bit, you're getting a little bit of a mix, but it's a through line through all the tabs that I'm about to share with you all. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. So somebody just tweeting out this video here saying nothing to see here, folks, move along. And so here is Manchester Caribbean Carnival in 2026. I don't think I can play music or play volume on that one, but let's just watch it. So you see it zoom in. And so I don't know if you can see on the screen very well, but here they have a program that looks like it's doing facial recognition on people, and then it's popping up all these details on them, like you would see in a video game or you would see in dystopian future. This is what you would imagine Judge Dredd would be having in his helmet when he walks by people, is he would see these stats on them as it does the facial recognition and just like, oh, here's the information on them. Like, really, the dystopian future movies that we were watching when we were younger were supposed to be fiction. They weren't supposed to be warnings. Because how could this possibly be used wrong? Well, Mehdi Hassan is just saying fascism is here, folks. U.S. investigated left-leaning groups during Minnesota immigration crackdown. I can't show the article because it's from the New York Times and they have a paywall. But you can bet your ass this type of technology here to identify people will be used to identify student protesters. And what will they be looking for specifically in a lot of these circumstances? They'll be looking for international students that they can then deport. So this person just pointing out not a single pedo from the Epstein list has been charged, but the police will show up in full force for an unarmed student who said brown kids shouldn't be killed. And it's saying the U.S. deported Chinese student for supporting Palestine. So you're going to see this mixed in with this to result with this on mass scales. No doubt about it. And then, you know, police, if they start using this facial recognition stuff, if they just pull you over and they see that you're, or they see you walking down the street and they have this facial recognition stuff and they see that you're part of this left-wing movement of, you know, not wanting a genocide to happen, they can stop you, they can harass you for whatever reason that they make up. You're more likely to get arrested, you're more likely to be targeted, just because you don't want a genocide to happen. Like, the authoritarianism is here. It's not a dystopian future, it's a dystopian present, and it's only getting worse. This is, again, I used that word earlier. Oh, well, here we go. They put it in the tweet too. Fucking diabolical. The 25 million ICE stun gloves are fucking diabolical. Yeah, yeah. If you want to see how they're supposed to work, watch this video. There's no way this ends well. Now, add this to the fact DHS has already said body cam footage will only be released when it's beneficial to ICE. So ICE gets stun gloves and ICE gets to decide when we see the footage. Again, I'll speed this up a bit. There we go.
With ICE tactics already facing fierce scrutiny, tonight the Department of Homeland Security is planning to spend up to $20 million on specialized gloves agents can use to incapacitate someone with an electric shock.
So somebody has also pointed out that what they can then do is, for when there's onlookers and stuff like that, if they touch somebody with these gloves, it can make it look like they're resisting arrest. And thus, the more, you know, aggressive tactics are warranted, or if they get shot, it's warranted because they were resisting arrest. Just look at what they were doing with their body.
Simply by touching them. DHS describing them as de-escalation devices, saying their officers are trained in use of force.
Officers trained to use of force, I think it is. To use force, I think, is how that should be phrased. Officers trained to use force. Because that's generally how that goes.
Give me your hands, give me your hands. Oh! The technology called the glove, or generated low output voltage emitter, seen.
So the acronym for the glove is GLOVE. You see, this is where the right wing can't do anything creative, make movies, write books, good books, or anything of that sort, or even, you know, smart memes. This is the level that they're at. They have an acronym for their glove called GLOVE. Also, putting on my conspiracy theory hat here, the reason why they made the acronym to the GLOVE is so that when people go and try to Google it, they just get regular gloves. They don't get news about these electrified gloves. So in a way, it is giving them cover. Because again, you just Google gloves, you're going to be like, oh, winter's coming, here are the gloves that you can get and all that sort of stuff. But these might be then buried down the feed unless you somehow be super specific about this.
Here in a demo from the manufacturer. In a manual, the company Compliant Technologies recommends avoiding use on the elderly, small children, pregnant women, and the severely handicapped.
Okay, here are some issues with this. How do you know a person is pregnant? Because they can be pregnant without being visibly pregnant, if they're in the early stages. Not everyone who is severely handicapped shows that. People can have heart conditions. People can have other issues where being electrocuted could cause problems. Small children. And we all know what they think of Black kids. They tend to, what's the word? When they see like a 12-year-old Black boy, they seem to think he's a bigger threat and an adult. The elderly, again, health conditions can be in any age bracket, but how do you know? Where's the cutoff? Do you say, okay, are you 65 years of age or older before I shock you with these gloves? Yes, no, can I see some ID so I know for sure if I can use these on you? These are just monstrous devices.
Handicapped. This comes as another ICE confrontation is under the microscope. Virginia mother Carolina Molina says an ICE agent seen here brandished his gun after she shouted at federal agents detaining people.
The one that tried to run us over.
The agents accuse her of trying to run them over, which Molina says this dashcam video shows is false.
So they just claim that. So again, they can go and raid a vehicle, target them, bring out their guns. It's the same as if they have the facial recognition stuff. They can then just approach a car if the little ping goes off and says, oh, you're trying to run me over, therefore I'm going to stop you, and that sort of stuff. This is the authoritarian state those movies were warning us back about. And I think some of them started like even back in the 70s, about what this future would look like. There were made for TV movies that are more subtle than what we're living in now.
When I saw him pull in front of me and take the gun out, because as he's walking up, the gun is already out, and then he starts pointing it at me.
In a statement tonight, the Department of Homeland Security again accused Molina of trying to harm agents with her car during an operation, which she strongly denies.
Yeah, the footage was there. And of course, they're not going to release their body cam footage on that one because it's not beneficial for ICE, because they now get to pick and choose when they do that.
Molina could face, the department says, criminal charges, although they didn't specify for what.
Yeah, criminal charges. We haven't made them up yet, but we're working on it. And so here's more about these gloves from Mother Jones, the Orwellian company behind ICE's new electric shock gloves. With the glove, there are no burn marks or scars. That makes it hard for victims to sue. I think they used to do this thing where they would hit people with like telephone books. I think I saw that in a movie once, because it wouldn't leave marks per se, as like a hand and a fist punch would. So they're just finding ways to assault people, but have no evidence with it. So in 2022, Assistant Chief Adam of the Cape Police Department in southern Missouri purchased electric shock gloves for his officers after learning about them at a trade show. Ooh, look at these new toys that we get to try out. And his employees, he said, couldn't get enough of them. I love using this to torture people. Everyone on that police force needs to be investigated. If I try to take away the gloves from these officers at this point, I think we may have a mutiny on our hands. He joked on a podcast interview a couple years later. They've grown really attached. Yeah. It's they've grown really attached to these torture devices that are really hands-on. The shock gloves, he went on to explain, allow the wearer to inflict pain without leaving the sorts of marks that could look bad to witnesses or leave the officer vulnerable to lawsuits. Yeah. It's more aesthetically pleasing that we don't leave burn marks on them. Things that might be evidence of the abuse that we're doing. In today's society, everybody's filming everything. Everybody has a cell phone, he said. if an officer punches someone on camera, that can go viral in an instant. Even a standard taser leaves puncture wounds, but the glove is low optic. And it looks better on camera. And it looks better to those witnesses. With a glove, there's no burn marks or scars. Yeah. So you can torture people in front of a crowd, and the crowd won't necessarily know what's going on or how bad it is or the pain the person is in or the threat to their life that they're doing, and so they might not get involved the same way they would if an officer has a gun to their head. Or when you see the taser in the hands and all that sort of stuff. It's evil. It's evil. This shouldn't be used at all. Like, I was about to say it shouldn't be in civilian use, but it shouldn't be used in, police forces, in military or nothing. These are just monstrous torture tools. So the gloves manufactured by a company called Compliant Technologies. That's a little on the nose, ain't it? Have been used by police, sheriffs, jail wardens, and even school resource officers for years. I'm sorry, what was that in the video that we just watched about not using it on children? Oh, small children, sorry. Bigger children, sure. Go and use these electric gloves on bigger children. Fucking monsters. They've been described by groups like Amnesty International as readily misused for torture. And this week, ICE published a plan to order 20 million worth of them. The device is called a glove, which stands for General Low Output Voltage Emitter. It looks like regular padded black utility glove, but when the wearer presses a small button on the glove's wrist, it produces a painful electric shock. We have a saying, feeling is believing. Compliant Technologies CEO Jeff said in one of the 2022 YouTube videos. In promotional clips, you can see people losing control of their limbs, falling to the ground, and crying in pain after a light touch from the glove. In 2022, the company called it a weapon in Instagram posts. Since then, though, it's downgraded a language to a conductive distraction and de-escalation device. CDDD. Branding the technology on its website as humane. There ain't nothing humane about this. Anyway, I'll link to the rest of this into the SandBox so that you can finish reading up this article, and I recommend you do. But these are the people that this type of thing will generally be used on. It will be the left, people who are perceived to be on the left, fighting against data centers or police encampments and all this sort of stuff. Disproportionately, it will be people who are already vulnerable being targeted by authorities. And so this was in the news, and I didn't know a particular detail about this, which just makes it even more fucking horrifying what they are doing to this protester. And so this is from Rolling Stones. I remember thinking, if I don't do exactly what I'm told for the next minute of my life, I'm going to die right now. A tactical vehicle slammed through Autumn Hill's front entryway. FBI agents threw flashbang grenades through the windows. She heard screams from other rooms. Police flew quadcopter drones through the splintered doorway. A voice from the drone ordered residents to come out with their hands up. Hill edged out of the door, faced a wall of gun barrels. Mass agents screamed and ordered as the drone buzzed behind her. So they were quote tweeting themselves, incarcerated for life in Trump's war on the left. Autumn Hill had already gone home when a protest outside an ICE facility in Texas turned violent. So she wasn't even present. She was still sentenced to 50 years in prison, over twice as long as any January 6th defendant. What I didn't know about her she's trans. She is most likely going to end up in a male prison. So she's going to go through 50 years of horrific violence. So Autumn Hill, also known by her drag handle, Lady Hell, is a neuroqueer self-advocate with special interests in all things taboo, an enchanted materialist and an explorer of further regions of experience. She likes stories in the genre of reimagined ancient myth, new weird gothic horror, splatterpunk, and messy queer romance, and is an avid student of world history, religious, economic, and political. She plays grand strategy and action role-playing video games like Crusader King 3 and Elden Ring in the free world, and role-plays on the tabletop as often as she can get co-players in jail. Reach out and get to know her. Getting out app at country jail. She doesn't bite unless you ask nicely. Interest, so went through that. So I'll put this link into the SandBox. Support Prairie Land Defendants. Nine defendants have been sentenced to 30, 50, 70, and 100 years. Read more. So, yeah. Feel free to look into this a bit further. There's a video on there where she's speaking out about being sentenced. It's the video is like 35 minutes long, so I'm not going to be playing it here. But I recommend people learn more about this. Just absolutely horrifying what could possibly happen to her. But the United States, I tell you, there is no, like, again, the dystopian future those movies were warning us about, it's fucking here. So here we have fraudulent abuser Tim Ballard, who staged fake rescues of children so he could molest women and girls and produce the horrific QAnon movie, Sound of Freedom, has been granted hundreds of millions of dollars to represent unaccompanied immigrant children. I will just say this is not about money for the psychopath, it's about access to kid. Ballard and people involved with him have long records of being pedophile adjacent at best. This is absolutely going to get children abused. I'm livid. And they quoted themselves saying, I spent almost a year getting death threats for exposing this abomination. Now the government is going to give him access to thousands of unaccompanied kids. This must not stand. I'm fucking shaking. So the United States government will now be the largest child sex trafficking ring in the world. Like the entire government that allows this, giving hundreds of millions to set this in motion. And this is what happens when people weren't outraged enough about Epstein. Where was the demand that the politicians actually follow through? Where are the protests on the streets? It only ever escalates until they're forced to shut down. But this is like so in your face. All the things that the QAnoners were accusing the Democrats of is now being enacted by this right-wing Republican government. All the things that they were accusing Democrats and leftists of doing. To be fair, some of those Democrats were involved with Epstein, no doubt about it. But now it's just the entire American government. So this is from the NPR article on this. Controversial group wins $158 million contract to represent unaccompanied immigrant children. So healthcare is shit, housing is shit. People can't get their medication or groceries, but the government can afford to give $158 million to this guy. The Trump administration has awarded controversial anti-human trafficking organization a no-bid $158 million contract to provide legal services to unaccompanied migrant children, according to a notice posted Friday by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Utah-based Our Rescue, previously known as Operation Underground Railroad, says it helps law enforcement perform sting operations to catch human traffickers and rescue survivors. It's unclear if it has immigration lawyers on staff, although its website says it offers legal support and help prosecute offenders. Our Rescue did not immediately return NPR's request for comment. Already, under both Biden and Trump and previous governments, children have been separated and some of them have just disappeared. But now it's like they're literally, we're going to catch you sex traffickers so that we can take the children for ourselves to traffic. The United States has just gave $158 million into a program to traffic children. Anyway, I'm just going to toss this into the sandbox. I can't really handle reading the rest of this right now. And just a reminder, I covered this a little while ago. Excellent work by Rachel Gilmore, pointing out that Shopify powers a racist group online store. It's not the first time. So I was talking about Shopify earlier, and again, it's just what we see happening in the States with their right-wing ideology, with their surveillance state, all that sort of stuff. It's trickle-up fascism. And it's only a matter of time before all of that happens here. It's already happening here to certain degrees. But the fact that the CEO of Shopify has an ear of the government, and the government has actually had policies that favor him, is an indication of where this country is going. And so, you know, Rachel just reporting that, just a reminder, this guy is a racist asshole. So the 250 billion Canadian company has repeatedly found itself in controversy over its support of free speech. So it's like, no, we're going to sell this racist merchandise because, you know, free speech. But if you want to do anything that's pro-Palestinian, fuck off. If you ever wanted a t-shirt, hoodie, or baseball cap representing a racist Canadian group pushing for mass deportations, your purchase is just a few clicks away, all thanks to the e-commerce giant Shopify. The Dominion Society of Canada is a group that advocates for an extreme far-right policy known as remigration. They propose to remove up to 9 million people. We have just over 40,000 million here in Canada. And the mass out as much as 21% of Canada's current population by deporting immigrants as well as revoking birthright citizenship. You know, all that nonsense we hear in the States. Again, trickle up fascism. Oh, and this is from the T, and the article was written by Rachel Gilmore. They're also selling hoodies and t-shirts in a shop using the e-commerce platform Shopify. Shopify is one of Canada's largest companies by market capitalization, provides the infrastructure for online retailers to reach their customers. The business model has made its CEO one of the richest people in the country, but it hasn't been without controversy, largely due to the company's decision to power online stores belonging to some questionable characters. We don't know how much, if any, the Dominion Society has made off the site, though several members can be seen wearing groups' gear in footage posted online. Shopify takes a cut of each sale between 2.5 and 2.9%, plus a 30% credit card processing fee, meaning the Canadian company could be profiting from merchandise that normalize and funds racist groups. Again, I'll toss this into the sandbox so that you can finish reading up on this. But, you know, to talk about remigration here, where they want to send back all the immigrants. Does that include all the settlers? Because we're all immigrants here. At some point, our families came over here. So wouldn't we be, be more like 30 million? Maybe more? Just absolute nonsense of these people. But Rachel Gilmore, just poking fun at Toby, who's the CEO of Shopify, saying, oh, looks like someone might have read my new article. And just, he had tweeted out, it's quite interesting how many people in the know have taken it upon themselves to backchannel tell me that the Laurentian elite have a deliberate campaign going to villainize me, posting this now so I can just link to this thread. Oh no. Oh no. Page shot. Anyway. Trickle up fascism. So, I'm going to check the SandBox. Let's see, where was I? Okay, I saw that. Hello, Big Jerry. Welcome to the SandBox. True Democratic North. Hand lightning bolt evil. Yes. The Wild West. Somehow Palpatine has gloves now. Yes, somehow. Even I know not to leave something that vague in my writing. Unless it's there for a pretty damn intentional reason. For those of you who don't know, in the Star Wars lore, they just said, somehow Palpatine has returned. That's in the actual script. It's in the actual movie. Just somehow he has returned. And then they wash their hands of it. They never tried to explain it. They never tried to do any details on it. They never show any of the story behind it. It's just a vague, somehow this happened. Hello, Commie Economics. Welcome to the SandBox. Capitalists have awful priorities for public investment. Shock gloves instead of healthcare. Yes. Rusty, those are cruel and unusual punishment. Absolutely. Jet OG, imagine that. It's almost like they exist for that express purpose of covering up abuse. Hello, Grand Theft Autobot. Welcome to the SandBox. Yeesh. Well, looking on the bright side, I look forward to those incompetent boobs high-fiving each other after torturing an immigrant family and shocking each other unconscious. I saw a little YouTube short on it. Somebody mocking these gloves. Yeah. It ends with one of these officers going to the washroom and forgetting to turn off his glove. Jet, how about we just don't use something that is clearly intended for suppression and nothing else? Yeah. Hello, Flow Snake. It's been a while. Welcome to the SandBox. Wild West, 50 years. Yeah. She wasn't even present when the so-called violence broke out. Oh, I think I'm hearing rain. I might have to go close my window. Depending on how bad it gets. They kept on saying there was going to be thunderstorms, and then there weren't, and then there were, and then there weren't, and then there were, and yeah. But I'm hearing it. I can see it just out of the sliver of the curtain there on that window. I have that window closed, but I don't have my balcony closed. Flow Snake people in the U.S. resistance will be watching this and also watching what Ukraine people did in 2020 before they had any support from the collective West. And I want people to be careful. There's going to be things all over the internet on how you can protect yourselves from these gloves and all that sort of stuff. I don't know how much of it will be AI generated. I don't know how much of it will actually be in science. Oh, yeah, I can definitely hear it coming in the door. Just a second. I'll be right back. I need to close the balcony door. And I'm back. Trying my best not to show off the pants I'm wearing because I'll just admit it. They are Christmas pants that I got on clearance, and it's of Santa Claus riding in race cars. But they're super comfortable. That's the problem. I got them on clearance because what do I care what they look like if I'm just at home? And then if somebody like comes to my doors, I'm like, oh, they might see these ridiculous pajama pants. But they're super comfortable. Yeah. Oh, as I was saying, there's going to be a lot of like tweets and YouTube videos out there. I heard one that said, fire hydrant things, fire extinguisher powder will make it so it's not conductive. I don't know that. Don't trust anything you hear at face value unless it's coming from a reputable source. But there's going to be so much AI slop out there about what can protect you from these gloves, but they might end up harming you more, all that sort of stuff. So just, wait till you hear it from a reputable source. But I imagine the public will be pushing back on these. The people don't want this. Like, we'll get into it with like the data centers and stuff again. Actually, I don't know if that might be for Wednesday. But the people, this isn't what they want. But my God, are the police forces authoritarian? Like, to refer to these as toys and, oh, we can't even take them away from them because they might do a little protest or a mutiny if we try to take away these toys. They're just a bunch of fucking sadists. That's all. It's just the mentality of the people who apply to be in those police forces. They just want to inflict violence. They just want to dominate. They just want to be big bullies. They want to do whatever the fuck they want and get away with it. Like the impunity that police officers have. It's absolutely ridiculous. Grand Theft Autobot, Red Dawn, like the right wing loves, except they're the baddies. Jet, I like that accidental shorthand of MP article. Yeah. Grand Theft Autobot, when we catch you sex traffickers and recruit you into our organization. Yeah. Let's see. The Wild West, and you say poor people shouldn't be allowed to vote. Yeah, that was one of the main things that the CEO of Shopify was saying, is that people who aren't working, so like seniors and stuff too, who are going to die soon anyway, so why should they get a vote? And poor people shouldn't be allowed to vote and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. So the next time the Majority Report plugs them as a sponsor, be sure to let them know that maybe Shopify shouldn't be a sponsor. Grand Theft Auto about 9 million? Yeah, they want 9. That's not a joke from this group. These remigration people, they literally want to kick out 9 million people, all the immigrants. And that's just not doable on so many levels. Like, you can't just move 9 million people like that. Also, some families might be mixed, so you might have somebody who was born here, who married an immigrant, and their children might have like dual citizenship and all that sort of stuff. So, do you kick out the whole family or do you let someone stay? And there's just it's just a litany of problems. Not to mention, people will fight back. You can't just force them to move; they'll fight back. It's just this fascistic fantasy that they have of making the Great White North the White North, you know? Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous that they think that they even have this as like a thought. Quite honestly, we would get communism first. At least I hope. I don't want to be here a year from now and saying, so, yeah, Canada's population is now sitting at 30 million. Hello, Paige. Welcome to the SandBox. Yes, Jet, I would love to go into like that Star Trek utopia. You know, I like their vision of the future that Star Trek had. I want to see that future. Let's see. The Wild West, if you're electrocuting people, you might be a Sith Lord. True. I've seen them do that, so it must be real. Let's see. True Democratic North, weather is more difficult to predict. Yep. It's just... so many different things. I'm not in a flood zone. Grand Theft Auto Bot. Seeing some flooding happening here in my city a few days ago. Like, there are some areas within my region that will flood. I'm not in it. Hello, Looney Tunes. Welcome to the SandBox. I just want everyone to be safe, to not have their homes destroyed, to not deal with floods and fires and all that sort of stuff, and to live happy lives, have health care and housing and be able to afford groceries and get an education and, you know, do things that they're passionate about and, you know, live a good quality of life. And somehow that makes me a fucking terrorist. I can just... The world we live in. That these right-wingers will look at me and be like, monster! Whew, yeah. Rusty, Americans pretend they want small government. Yeah. It's very make-believe for them. Flow Snake, I'd suggest a way of transmitting the electrical current. Yes, I know. Static discharge, but it's still current back to the bully or ground, I think, on this. But there's a way out there. I'm sure there might be people who figure out a way to, like, burn the hand that electrocutes them type thing. I would never advocate for it. Nope. Let's see. Grand Theft Autobot, LOL. Yeah, they want the great white supremacist North, yeah. I used to have a joke about that. I don't know if I actually ever... No, I'm pretty sure I've said that joke on here before, where it's like, damn it, climate change? You know, it's blowing our cover of calling Canada the Great White North. You see, it's because it's not snowy here anymore, but it's still being referred to as the Great White North because white supremacy. True Democratic North. Apparently, Elon Musk believes capitalism is going to die in 2036. He says money is going to disappear. LOL. Well, probably like that in the rest of the world. Oh, Jed, I'm so sorry to hear that. I lost everything I knew growing up in the West Coast fires these last couple of weeks. And I am so sorry to hear that. I can't imagine. Grand Theft Autobot, the Star Trek history, Wright wants the Empire from the Mirror Universe. I feel like I am living in the Mirror Universe in a way, because I just... As a kid, never predicted this future. Never. There was like hope that we would have a better world. Not this. Oh, well. Let me know if there's any way that we can help you out, Jet. If you start like a GoFundMe and stuff, I know it's tricky given your situation. But let us know if there's any way that we can help out. Okay, let's get moving along. How about on the news? We're going to get into, it's a lighter story compared to what we're dealing with, but it's like a, are you fucking kidding me story? So let's go here and then. So Doug Ford. Well, the PC party, not Doug Ford, the PC party spent $3,000 on an all-inclusive Jamaican resort. Yeah, why? Because we know there's been all that scandal recently of all the MPPs spending money on luxury hotel rooms and stuff, just, you know, right close to Queen's Park so that they didn't have to drive a whole 20 minutes home by chauffeur. But did they also pay for a $3,000 all-inclusive Jamaican resorts? And why would they do that? Premier Doug Ford's political party is declining to answer questions about why it spent nearly $3,000 in donor taxpayer money on a pair of five-star resorts in Jamaica. So that is donor and taxpayer money. The Progressive Conservative Party's 2023 financial statement shows it spent the money on the two different resorts. An internet search returned no results for the hotel, but there are results for that. Okay, yeah. So it is unclear why the PC party paid the resort for or exactly when the expenses were incurred beyond sometime in 2023. The PC party did not respond to several questions about the payments, including who benefited from them and why they were listed under other category in the party's annual financial statements to Elections Ontario. When the Trillium first inquired about the payments, party spokesperson Peter Turkington said in an email that the expense was not personal in nature, nor was it related to a vacation. Not personal, not related to a vacation. Okay. He did not respond to follow-up questions about the resort. Both Jamaican resorts' expenses were listed under other office administration. Sounds like official party business there. No further details. And a little bit more. Okay. So skipping down a bit. We don't need to know the details. So in this article, there's just like, so why did this happen? Well, in this article, Ontario PC party spending on Jamaican resorts was to surveil Bonnie Crombie, says sources. So she was just minted the new Ontario Liberal leader. And apparently this $3,000 was spent on resorts in Jamaica because that's where she was vacationing. The Progressive Conservative spent $3,000 at 2 5-star resorts in 2023, including one where Crombie vacationed shortly after winning the Liberal leadership. 6 days after winning the Liberal leadership in 2023, Bonnie Crombie traveled to Jamaica for a 3-day vacation with her then partner. The trip, sources say, was a chance for Crombie to catch her breath after a grueling 7-month contest. Unbeknownst to Crombie, the Progressive Conservative Party had sent someone to Jamaica to surveil her, according to 2 other sources familiar with the plan who spoke on the condition of anonymity. As the Trillium reported earlier this week, the PC spent nearly $3,000 in donor and taxpayer money on the resorts. And just reiterating, it was not personal in nature, nor was it related to a vacation. So some people are saying maybe they were just vacationing, like David Dull. Sorry. I don't mean to call him out. He did a video on this and he's saying, oh, maybe I suspect this was just a way of, somebody in the PC wanting a Jamaican vacation and using it as a write-off and having the taxpayer cover it and stuff like that. And it's like, no, nah, mm-mm. Coming from the Doug Ford government? Mm-mm. No, they were definitely down there to surveil her. That's what it's looking at. Like, anyway. Now's sources tell Politicorner and the Trillium that the party paid for someone to go to the resort Crombie was staying at as part of the Tories' opposition research work. Both the sources agreed with the characterization that it was to spy on her. It wasn't just some PC party people wanting an excuse for a vacation. Mm-mm. While the PC party did not respond to questions about the Jamaican mission, a spokesperson for Premier Doug Ford's office said Ford had no knowledge. We'll get a little bit more to that in a minute. So just talking about when Crombie arrived. So the money came in part from taxpayers. Let's see. Scooching down. So talking about the other controversies. So the episode cuts against the Tory camp's past defense of politicians' privacy. Ford has previously bristled at protesters coming to his home, telling them, "You want to protest me? Come down to Queen's Park. You can do cartwheels. You can jump up and down," he said in 2020. NDP leader Marit Stiles called the Jamaican mission disgusting and despicable and said it was the latest example of the Ford employing Trump-style politics into Ontario. As a woman in politics, as one of the political opponents, I find it deeply disturbing, she said in an interview. Obviously, it's not the first time I've worried about my personal privacy and what lengths this government will go to try to dig into our lives. I'm so offended and appalled that they would do this to Miss Crombie. Stiles added the Premier has a 24-hour security detail from the OPP. And guess who's paying for that? The taxpayers, yeah. So the OPP are more than happy to protect Doug Ford. Doug Ford gets to use the OPP jet to travel around. He doesn't need a private jet. He uses the OPP jet. They are more than happy to be his little militia. And so when they're more than happy to be his militia, can you trust them to protect you if you're against Doug Ford? In any situation. So Stiles was saying, I don't have that, and none of the other opposition MPPs have that. I would like to know whether he was aware. Stiles says it represents yet another reason women may think twice about running for office. Ford needs to apologize, and heads need to roll here, she added. And frankly, the rot starts at the top. John Fraser, who has served as the interim Liberal leader since Crombie quit in January, said this kind of opposition research crossed the line by a mile. Should be kilometer. No wonder you're not going for leadership. Doug Ford needs to explain why he thought it was acceptable to orchestrate having someone follow a political opponent out of the country while she was on a personal trip, Fraser said, calling it an extraordinary abuse of public money and an appalling invasion of personal privacy. Doug Ford needs to explain why he thought this kind of behavior was acceptable and give Ontarians a full accounting of how often his political operation has done this, he added. Kathleen Wynne, Ontario's former Liberal Premier and the province's first and only female Premier, also weighed in. It's a level of behavior that's completely unbecoming. It contributes to an environment of increased misogyny, toxic politics, and undermines people's confidence in the ability of leaders to make good decisions, she said. This is not something that would have happened if Bonnie Crombie was a man. To pretend it is something other than that. It is just hypocrisy. I remember back when I was just doing video essays and back when I was just starting this channel, I did a call-out video. I know David Dole was in it. I think someone else was in it too. Because they were trying to brush off something Doug Ford did and saying that people were blowing it out of proportion as misogynistic. And I remember in my video, I pushed back against that notion. And it's like, no, this is misogyny. This is just full out sexism, misogyny behavior. And, you know, it's what women who want to, or femme-presenting people, because back then I still hadn't clued into my non-binariness, so I was still referring to myself as a woman, but femme-presenting now. What we have to deal with, you know, it's a standard pattern of abuse that these men don't get to, they just don't experience, and so they don't necessarily know to speak about it because it's not in their bubble. I'm wondering how that video has aged. I don't want to know. Sometimes I'm tempted to just delete like every video from my first year. I have taken down some older videos that are just too cringe now to look at. But I wonder. But here we have Ford says he disagrees with his party's opposition research on Crombie's vacation. Let's see what he has to say.
Found out yesterday you'd have to talk to the party about.
So Doug Ford does this all the fucking time when a controversy comes out. I didn't know. I just found out. He did that with all of his MPPs that were racking up hundreds of thousands of dollars in luxury spending. What's another recent one? There was another recent one where whenever there's a controversy from one of his ministers, they go directly under the bus. And Doug Ford will be like, I had no idea. And so he's either is so incompetent he has no idea what his entire staff is doing, or he's lying. Both can be true, but I'm leaning more towards the lying.
It was $3,000 of the party's money, and I didn't know until yesterday. But talk to the party. I don't approve of it, but here nor there, that was $3,000 of the party's money. But thank you for the question. I don't.
Again, when a politician says to a reporter, thank you for the question, they are telling that reporter to fuck off.
Watch every single dollar when I'm in the middle of a campaign, the largest in the country.
I can't be expected to know what's happening with my money, even though I say I'm going to be the most fiscally responsible premier ever. Yeah, you can look into my records. It's all squeaky clean. That's why I got an FOI. Like, I removed the ability for people to do FOIs because there's nothing to see there. Yeah, I can't be expected to know what's happening with the money, even though that's kind of what he campaigned on.
I rely on our team to make sure that they spend it appropriately. And as I said, I found out, I think it was yesterday, they came up and told me, but you can talk to the party. It was $3,000 of the party's money. I want to emphasize that was the party's money.
Parties and taxpayer money.
Do I agree? No. But next question.
Do you feel like this was over the line? Is this, do you agree with them?
You know something, you'd have to talk to the party. I wouldn't do it, but again, things happen. It's no.
I'm not going to, take ownership of this as being the leader of the party and trying to set like what a good example is and things of that sort, because really it should be, this happened under my watch, so I should take some accountability for it. And I've already looked into it and I've fired all these people. And yeah, because I had no idea that this was happening, but I need to take account. Oh, we're never going to get that from him.
Different than myself. When the media has followed me down to Florida, they followed me to Chicago, New Jersey, and so on and so forth.
Oh, so the media has followed him around too, he says. Hold.
At a lot higher cost, but you know something, it's politics. It was $3,000.
I had no idea and I don't agree with it. This is just politics. You can't have that one both ways, Dougie. If you say you had no idea and you don't agree with it, but then just brush it off like, this is just what politics is. Going down to Jamaican resorts and spying on your opposition. Yeah, that's just politics.
I found out yesterday, and that's it.
But do you expect these kind of tactics to continue? I mean, the Liberals are picking a new opposition leader, a new leader.
I hope not. I hope not. Let's just.
I hope not? You can make a little bit more of a definitive statement on that one, Dougie.
Have fair and balanced elections. Stuff happens during the elections.
And that's what, yeah, stuff happens. Stuff happens. Well, here he says, here we have Colin DeMello. Again, I love when he throws shade. He's quote tweeting himself here. So here he says, Premier Doug Ford claims he just found out that the Ontario Progressive Conservative Party, which he heads, spent $3,000 to send an individual to Jamaica to allegedly spy on Crombie. I don't approve of it. The Premier adds that he doesn't watch every single dollar that the PC party spends. Yeah. And so DeMello quote tweets himself saying, Premier Ford says that his politics as usual and that stuff happens during elections. Yeah, well, you know, stuff happens, like going on a trip to Jamaica. That's just a stuff happening thing. Force also claims these are only party funds. In fact, political parties in Ontario receive taxpayer-funded subsidies, while donors to parties receive tax breaks. Yeah, some of this was taxpayer money. Also, Premier Doug Ford claims the media has followed him down to Florida, Chicago, and New Jersey. We've asked the Premier's office for proof of this. Yeah, where's the proof? Where's the proof, Dougie, that you've had media follow you down? Oh, we have proof that the media followed you down. T-Dot resident has shown it to us. We have the proof right here from Ontario News Now. Oh, right. That's your news organization, Dougie. Doug Ford claims that the media followed him to Chicago and Florida. Maybe he means his own fake news team. It was your media entourage that was following you around, Dougie. It was, yeah, it was kind of the point. You knew about it. Mm-hmm. They were part of the trip. I totally forgot that he did that. Mm-hmm. Made his own news network, or tried to. I'm going to have to bookmark that. And so, Tina is Danny just saying that people were slamming the Ford government for his appalling invasion of personal privacy and stuff of that sort, which led into the other article that I read out of order. Anyway, moving along. Doug Ford, going back a couple tweets here. So the National Post, foreign migrants living illegal in Canada eligible for Ontario Welfare Tribunal rules. So Doug Ford says, our government will always be there to support people on hard times. As someone who relies on ODSP, I'm just saying that's not true. And he says, but that doesn't include people living in Canada illegally. If provincial regulations need to be changed to make that crystal clear, we'll change them. Taxpayer-funded social assistance was never meant to support people living in Ontario illegally. As of today, it doesn't. He did a thing. He did a thing about this. It's the same as when we hear in the States where they make laws banning Sharia law. They ban something that doesn't happen. Or when they make laws that ban gender-affirming surgeries on children. They made a law banning something. That doesn't happen. We're in the same category here. So Colin DeMello reporting on this, saying the government has yet to provide proof GTA progressive conservative MPPs who booked Toronto hotel rooms using taxpayer-funded assistance have paid back the amounts as the Premier has promised they would. I love the shade you throw on that quote tweet there. Just pointing that out. That, well, Doug Ford is attacking people that don't exist, crying taxpayer money. Oh no, our taxpayer money is being misspent. Just reminding people that the hundreds of thousands of dollars that these MPPs should be paying back, there's been no notice of that. But a little bit more on this Ontario social assistance stuff. So people in Canada illegally will no longer be eligible for social assistance in Ontario. Really? Because they were before? It's kind of like when they say, you know, all these illegal migrants are coming over to vote in the Democrats, for the Democrats and stuff. They can vote? It's just... You think somebody here illegally is on Ontario disability support. But as he will always claim, he doesn't know what's going on. Ontario is enacting new rules for social assistance payments so people without legal immigration status in Canada cannot receive the benefits. So just because they don't have legal immigration status doesn't mean they're here illegally. It just means they're not an immigrant. We'll get into a bit of the nitty-gritty details, but it does not mean that they're here illegally. Premier Doug Ford first vowed to make the change following media reports about tribunal ruling that awarded Ontario Works payment to a man who came to Canada decades ago on a temporary work permit that has since expired. Ford wrote in a social media post last month that his government would always support people who have fallen on hard times, but that doesn't, which is just a bunch of bullshit. The changes specify that people who are in Canada illegally and people only authorized to stay on a temporary basis, such as through student visas and work permits, are not eligible for social assistance. So, student visas and work permits, they're here legally. So he just said that these people who are here legally can't get help. but Bev here does a great job of breaking it down. She's a reliable source on Twitter, I find. So, fact check. Doug Ford's announcement needs some context. No, Ontario was not simply handing welfare checks to anyone who was in Canada illegally. Ontario Works already had immigration status and residency requirements. Tourists and ordinary visitors were already ineligible. What existed were limited exceptions for certain people facing removal. For example, where removal had been stayed, a risk assessment was underway, or Canada could not legally or practically remove that person. Again, they're not here illegally. And it is important. Refugee claimants are not the same as people in Canada illegally. Someone with a legitimate refugee claim can lawfully remain in Canada while their case is decided. But now they can't apply for supports. Do you know what else they can't apply for? Jobs. So what are they supposed to do if they're here as a refugee? So Ford isn't suddenly discovering some giant loophole where anyone here illegally could collect welfare. He's tightening already existing rules and eliminating limited exceptions. That context matters. Policy is one thing. Turning it into rage bait headline that makes Ontarians think undocumented immigrants have been freely collecting welfare is another. Facts before fear, Doug. Was I just rated? Why, thank you, No Justice. Did somebody highlight my name with that? Please, if I get rated, you have to use my name, the Left of the Box name, so that I can see it, and it gets caught out of the corner of my eye. But thank you so much, No Justice, folks. Welcome, Pawn Jumpers. Just talking some provincial politics. We'll be getting into climate stuff next, so tune in for that. It's, yeah, it's a bit of a downer. Some good news sprinkled in there, I think. But welcome. Canadian news with sarcasm and sass, but I do cover some international stuff. Hit that like and subscribe. I super appreciate it. We need more independent, left-wing-ish people here. Yep. So thank you. Yes. I do believe Helena goes on Novera from time to time. Let's see. Okay, so I think a lot of you pawn jumpers know the feeling of how the Labour government has been cracking down on immigrants and people getting supports and people on disability and stuff of that sort. Doug Ford is doing the same thing here in Ontario. He's just making it harder for people to live in this province unless they're part of the capitalistic cog in the machine type thing. And even then, if they're part of that capitalistic cog in the machine, even then he doesn't want them getting support sometimes. Because a lot of people who are here undocumented are here because there are people taking advantage of their work. Okay, a follow-up from a story I covered a while ago. So, wasn't all that long ago, I was talking about these classroom supply cards that teachers would be getting. So new, the Ford government will award its $750 classroom supply card. So that's the homeroom teacher, not every teacher, the homeroom teacher will get a card for $750 to get all the classroom supplies that they need for the year. For all the students. To a single corporate vendor. The portal, so only one vendor can accept these cards, according to procurement documents, fueling concerns about choice, flexibility, and pricing. Teachers tell us they currently rely on a variety of retailers and suppliers depending on the needs of their students. You want to know who has this contract? Staples. You know, the same place where Doug Ford closed down a bunch of Service Ontario places to put the kiosks in Staples, an American corporation. So he was shutting down some Service Ontarios that were family run, good employment, good Canadian employment, so that a kiosk could be set up in a Staples, because that's where you want to go when you need your government ID and stuff updated, is to go and then maybe pick up some pencils. I don't know. But yeah, that card provided to the teachers can only be used at Staples. So Tina Yazdani saying, we now know teachers will be using their $750 classroom supply cards at Staples Canada after the company was awarded the Ford government's single vendor contract. Supplies Ontario says 8 bids were received, with Staples ranking first overall and submitting the lowest evaluated price. Here's their full reasoning, which you can read if you so desire. But I'm suspecting, I'm feeling, it's my opinion, there's some corruption going on. Not shocking to anyone, huh? So, and one last thing, again, I love this shade from Colin DeMello. He's like one of the, like, global news isn't on par with like CBC or something like that, but it is like a known news network that would be considered mainstream. And I love how Colin DeMello just kind of subverts the whole thing sometimes and throws in the shade. And he's just pointing this out. Doug Ford said this. Ontario Premier Doug Ford, ahead of the U.S. midterm elections, sends a message to American voters. You have to get that bully and send him a message, Ford says of U.S. President Trump. Colin, I like what you're doing here. I like what you're doing here. Pointing out that maybe we should too also be saying you have to get that bully and send him a message. Maybe talking to the bully of Ontario, being Doug Ford. I get where you're going with that. I get where you're going with it. Anyway, that is it with that docket. So we only have one more docket to go, which is mostly on climate change stuff. Shit, I didn't want to close one of those tabs. Damn it. Let's quickly do this. News channel. Just need to type something in quickly. The news channel. There. That's all I need to do. So I know to look it up later in the future. Because the future is usually later than now. I'm having a day. I'm having a day. Yes, everyone go check out No Justice. She does wonderful work over on the other side of the pond. So let's check in the SandBox. Okay, I saw those. Let's see. Grand Theft Autobot. Oh, they used our tax money for that. When are we going to Jamaica? I'll go pack my bags. I got nothing. I'm all packed. Yeah. They'll use taxpayer money to send somebody down to go spy on the opposition. But, you know, us regular folk in Ontario can't afford groceries or rent. Yeah. I think we should all get a vacation to a place that we want to go. I don't want to go to Jamaica, actually. I'm not a sun worshiper. I don't want to go to a sunny beach resort for a vacation. Like, if one was given to me, yeah, sure, I'd go, but I just, other than for photography, I don't like hanging out on a beach. I'd rather go somewhere cooler with like lots of architecture and museums and things and culture and cafes and whatnot that I can go to. Let's see. Oh, we have fellow pond jumpers talking to each other. because we have Mike working from Green saying hi. Yeah. At Flow Snake, I joined Novera's and Helena's stream from the west of the Atlantic. So, you're cross pond jumping. Because pond jumpers, you have to realize that we have green parties over here. They're a little bit more disorganized. There's no cohesion between them, and they can be really hit and miss on their policies. Right now for the federal, Mike Morris is running. I'm going to see about getting him on my channel again. He's been on my channel a couple times already, which I super duper appreciate, partly because he lives in the same region as I do, and he's running for leadership of the federal Green Party. So I need to remind myself to reach out to him again to come back on my channel to talk about it. The Wild West mentioning that's intimidation to send people, yeah, to go on vacation to spy on you. You can't even go on vacation, and I don't even like Bonnie. Yeah, I don't like her either, and I don't think she should have been spied on by the Ford government. Like, even people I don't like, I don't want their personal privacy violated. Again, that makes me a terrorist, apparently. Let's see. Oh, right. I was closing these tabs, though. Close, 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 close. Okay. And then I can close another tab so my computer isn't so mad at me. Not that one. Nope, not this one. I can close that one. There we go. Hello, Germ. Welcome to the SandBox. Let's see. Bobby, my internet is slow as hell. I'm about 10 minutes behind, watching at double speed. Kind of funny. That works on some, but I've been told that I might speak a bit quickly at times. So watching me on double speed might be very entertaining. Because I've had a friend comment, it's like, oh yeah, I saw that you had like this 40-minute video out and I was going to watch it on like double speed, and nope. No, it's an actually 40-minute watch that you have to sit through. Grand Theft Autobot. Oh yeah, I got the disability tax credit approved, and then they disqualified me and demand I pay back the large sum, either because the CRA is still processing my 2024 tax return because of the addition of the DTC, or because my spouse doesn't have taxes due to still waiting on immigration to process their status. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Government is incompetent beyond incompetent. It's kind of like back when COVID was first new and there was that emergency benefit, CERB. They had one for working people, but then they had one for students. And some of those students were actually working people as well. And the working people got more money on CERB than the students would. And so some people were telling the students, well, since you are a worker, apply for the full CERB. And so they did. But when the CRA found out, they said, no, you should have applied for the student one. So instead of demanding that they pay the difference back, they said they had to pay the whole fucking thing back. Well, Bobby, I feel you right now because I've been having massive internet problems. My stream started very funny today. It almost didn't start properly, and then it did for some reason. And I just been, issues with the computer. Twitter has broke me, finally. Like, I just, because, the way that I set up these live streams is throughout the week, I will like tweets that I will then use that as like a bookmark to, look into the story, add into my little doggets, that sort of thing. And so then I usually sit down Saturday or Sunday before the stream and go through them and, put them in all the little nice tabs like that. But I do this on a desktop. I don't do this on my phone because you can see it. If you go to your profile page right now on a desktop, do you know what you don't see? Your likes. So it's not even other people can't see them, you can't see them. So none of my likes were visible. So what I had to do, sit here on my phone, and I think I know what happened, and I'm hoping this is what happened, is that they're just incompetent beyond incompetent, because they've changed the display, the menu bar on your profile, on your phone, on your portable devices, to make it look different. And so the likes are still visible on my phone. And so I had to scroll through my phone, and then I had to DM because luckily when I do this, I usually search under my Sandy Lovis account because that was my original Twitter account. So that's where the best algorithms are for me. So I had to scroll down, and then I had to DM LeftoftheBox all of those tweets so that I could then put them into the docket. Twitter is becoming more and more unusable. I despise all of the vague posting that's happening there now because people want money. And I seriously doubt they're even getting a lot of money. It's just the hopes that maybe they will get money for being a blue check and vague posting where people will then pile on, what are you talking about? It's like, just tell me what you're fucking talking about. I miss real conversations where people aren't just vague posting each other. It's a big vague post circle. And yeah, it's I hate it. And then you get into the replies because you want to learn more about it. And then it's just AI bot after AI bot. And it's just an AI bot circle. And so, yeah, it's so frustrating fucking using Twitter these days. But that is still where the reporters are that I follow, and the politicians, and some, reliable accounts that, send out reliable information are. So I still have to use it and I still scroll through it. But my God, it's becoming such a fucking pain in the ass. Anyway, big vague post circle. Let's see. People talking about the raid, which I super appreciate. I saw Amy Goodman earlier today, not in person, on Novara. I watched that interview. It was really interesting. I do watch a fair bit of their content. If they ever want, a Canadian contributor. Hi, Novara. If they want a Canadian correspondent, hey. Hello, Stanley Beckett. Welcome to the SandBox. The Wild West. In Socialist Canada of past, we got free pencil and ruler from glorious NDP government. Yeah. Stanley Beckett. Staples wouldn't be a donor by chance. Maybe. Oh, there's some backroom deals going on there. In my opinion. Gotta throw that in, Stanley Beckett. Staples had physical stores in UK 10 years ago, but were sold to an asset stripper and now online only. Flow Snake 20 years ago in UK, Staples just seemed like useful stationery supplier. Never thought they'd come to this. Yeah, well, they're still around in Canada, and they're referred to as Staples Canada, but American company, that get all of these lovely little contracts from the province of Ontario for, our Service Ontario, which was supposed to be a government, thing for us to go and get all of our IDs and government papers and documents done up at and whatnot. And yeah, now there's kiosks and Staples for that, and now all the teachers have to go to Staples for that. And oh, Staples also got rid of a lot of the competition, so there's not too many places you can go to for office supplies that are like of decent quality, because there's like dollar stores, Dollarama and whatnot for cheap stuff. But kids shouldn't have to just be forced to use cheap shit. Let's see. LeWild was saying, imagine if it was Dollarama instead, LOL. Yeah. But it should be a card that they can use wherever they want, wherever the teacher deems it's most valuable to use it. They're the ones that understand it better and know their students better than, the fucking government. Let's see. Jet internet issues seem to be worldwide. Yeah, we got all of these data centers and a shittier internet. Hello, absolutely Citron. Did you have a take on the reactions to ER Firemaster on trans femmes? If you want to, if not, no worries. I mentioned since that's topical right now. I don't know if I know about this. Is this a UK thing? It kind of rings a bell. I don't know. Flowsnake, Mrs. Flowsnake is saying that Bookface is becoming unusable. I was never on it. I don't know what it is. And I hear that My Face space all these might be making a comeback. Yeah. Oh, Bookface Facebook. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I get it. Hello, Morbius. Sorry, you say Bookface, and the thing is I get thrown off because I've saved a lot of tweets from a Bookface on Twitter about the books being destroyed. Okay, let's go to this. So I have one more docket. It's a mix of like federal news and climate news that I kind of put into one docket because it's not terribly long. It's going to be a shorter live stream. I might get done in like 3.5 hours. No, Looney Tunes, this is going to be a shorter live stream because I'm in a fucking bad. My mental health has not been in the good today. Anyway. Absolutely Crichton. Oh, it's a US thing. I only see people talk about it online from other lefties like Cat Black and Foreign Man in Foreign Land. I don't know what you're talking about then. I thought there was a UK thing around that, but let's get back into the news. Wrap up all this news and then unwind a little bit. Talk about things that might be a little bit more, chill. So this is kind of chill though. Petition calls for U.S. ambassador to be removed from Canada. You think? You think that should happen after the U.S. has constantly and continuously said that they want to make Canada into the 51st state after they're interfering with Alberta separation? You know, all of that, you think? Maybe, huh? So tens of thousands of Canadians have signed a petition calling for U.S. President Donald Trump's representative in Ottawa to be kicked out of the country. The online petition, which is set to be presented to the House of Commons in the fall, says Pete should be declared a person non grata, and the Canadian government should request his removal as U.S. ambassador to Canada. As of Wednesday morning, more than 56,000 people have signed their names in support. The petition, where are we at right now? Almost 200,000. Actually, refresh. Over 200,000. Oh, I'll be sending you that link in just a second. Don't worry. So that was just in a few days. It could be the most signed petition by the end of this. The petition accuses Pete of making statements that undermine the Canadian-U.S. diplomatic relationship and of making repeated interventions in Canadian political discourse inconsistent with diplomatic protocol. It says Liberal government should also direct parliamentary committee to review U.S. diplomatic interference in Canadian affairs. The petition, which was launched by a woman from Calgary, will be presented in Parliament by Green Party leader Elizabeth May. Members of Parliament can table petitions in the House of Commons, indoors, blah, blah, blah. Okay, and then it just gets into some of the things that Pete has done. He's repeatedly criticized Canadian politicians for discouraging travel to the U.S. and for pulling American liquor off their shelves. You don't really have to discourage Canadians from traveling to the United States at this point. He was disappointed by the anti-American tone. Yeah. It says his job was to present the president's views. Yeah, that's not really his job. But here's the petition. So, petition from the House of Commons. We just kind of went over that. Alberta, prospect, yeah. So, we, the undersigned residents of Canada, call upon the Government of Canada to formally declare Pete persona non grata and request his removal as U.S. Ambassador of Canada. Raised with the United States, the pattern of conduct by Ambassador Pete, inconsistent with the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relationships, and direct a parliamentary committee to review U.S. diplomatic interference in Canadian domestic affairs. So, by the end of this, because you have till November 18th to sign this, this might end up to be the most high signed petition. I was involved with another one that, I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. But I was promoting another one. I think I had someone on to speak about it. And I think it had to do with queer rights. That was like one of the #1 signed petitions. And then the other two were more right-leaning gun issues. But this has the chance of definitely blowing that out of the water, I think. So, if you are a Canuck, please sign the petition. I'll be doing that after the live stream so that you don't see where I live. Moving on to climate news. Soot falling across Hamilton contains toxic chemicals linked to burning coal, researchers find. McMaster Lab partnered with Environment Hamilton on What's the Grime study. Yeah, so Hamilton was known as like the pollution capital, or was that Windsor? I think both were at some point. But Hamilton is kind of like in a little bit of a valley too, so like all the pollution would like stick there and whatnot. And of course, you know, certain organizations were saying, it's not soot, it's road dust. And I think we all kind of knew. Yeah. I don't need to be a scientist sometimes to figure out certain shit. Just like I don't need to be a doctor to tell someone if their arm is broken if they have the bone poking out of the skin. You know, sometimes you just know. So a team of researchers in Hamilton has answered questions about soot falling from neighborhoods near city's industrial sector. So Needless to say, this can't be healthy. Breathing this in. And humans can wear masks, even though a lot of them tend to protest that for some reason. But animals, you see, and I saw that during the wildfire when it was really bad in our area here. The birds are flying through that, chirping away, full lungs. The amount of destruction this is doing to the wildlife that have no choice. They can't, use an air filter. They can't put on a mask. And to the humans that are going around breathing this in, not knowing. Hello, MIDI doctors. Welcome to the SandBox. For decades, residents have complained about grimy black substance coating their properties. The perennial issue came up again in early July when residents experienced what some described as the worst fallout in recent memory. Sarah Styler, an associate professor at the university with What's the Grime, working with volunteers to collect samples throughout the city in 2024 and 2025, the researchers found the soot contains toxic chemicals consistent with coal combustion. They also found amounts of dust and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons were higher near the industrial areas in Northeast Hamilton. But yeah, I think it was pretty obvious. Oh, right. There was that picture. This is like a horrible picture for them to put into this, where I'm just like, no. Whoa, what the fuck is that? So on July 28th, Alexander, a spokesperson with the Ministry of Environment, Conservative Parks, told, So CBC Hamilton followed up with the ministry for the article. So here is somebody who is concerned about the soot falling. Brace yourself for the picture. I think I need to make that a bit smaller. I wish I could say this is just AI, but I don't know if it is. But this is like the worst possible picture for this to demonstrate, yeah, there's black soot out there. I have so many questions about this picture. Like, whose arms are these? Whose hand is this? What is going on up here? Why is this blurred out? Those are some toes for sure. What the? And why? Why are you doing it at this angle? Like, what the fuck is this picture? Hamilton resident says her son became covered in black grime after playing outdoors in early July. Okay, so maybe they're blurring out the face of a child. I still have no idea what the fuck is going on here. Are they blurring out the face of a child? Because that would be one really hairy chest for the child. Again, I just like, I hope I didn't mock like a little kid's foot, but they could have done a better picture. There's just so many ways this picture could have been better. Because if that is a child's face being blurred out from underneath the neck of this person, how is it connected to these feet? Like, anyway, I've already spent too much time on this. Already. Spent way too much time on this. Ah. Anyway, more climate news. So Rachel Gilmore, wonderful independent journalist here in Canada. You aren't immune to propaganda. None of us are. The reality is clearer than ever when you look at how Canadians are responding to Carney's fossil fuel agenda. Based on my analysis of the news release of his office has released since Canada Day, fear and urgency seem to be the goal. So we'll watch this snippet of her video.
You aren't immune to propaganda. None of us are. But that reality is clearer than ever when you look at how Canadians are responding to Prime Minister Mark Carney's fossil fuel agenda. And based on an analysis I just conducted on the news releases his office has put out since Canada Day, fear and urgency seems to be the goal. Carney's propaganda efforts came to the front of my mind over the weekend when I read the Toronto Star's Althea Raj's newest column. It's about Carney's Building Canada Act, which I've also covered in recent videos.
And what I usually can't cover because it's the Toronto Star and there's a paywall to the vast majority of their articles. Just saying, sometimes it's difficult being a commentator on the news when I can't get access to the news because I'm broke. Just makes it harder, you know, in this anyway.
To summarize, this is a terrifying new law that allows Mark Carney's government to run roughshod over environmental laws, Indigenous rights, and much more. It basically empowers a project deemed in the national interest to bulldoze past carefully crafted laws and regulations about how we build those massive projects, including pipelines. In the piece, Raj poignantly asks, quote, if the government can legally ignore laws it dislikes, laws that were properly studied and debated, what does it say about the value of democracy and the rule of law? And look,
That's Bill C5 for you. And then in Ontario, we have Bill 5. Or it could be the other way around. It could be C5 for Ontario and 5. I think it's C5 for federal. But they do basically the same thing. They wrote a law that allows them to break laws. Yeah, that's a thing. That's the thing they did. They wrote a law that allows them to break laws.
No, I sound like a broken record when I speak about this issue. I'm sure that a lot of you are tired of me talking about this issue again and again and again. But I push ahead on this topic because despite the extreme weather that is burning, flooding, and otherwise uprooting Canadian communities, so many Canadians seem to believe that this erosion of accountability and democracy in the name of a pro-corporate, pro-fossil fuel agenda is somehow necessary. And it's not. That is where the propaganda comes in. Let me break this down for you. Carney's office has put out 14 news releases since Canada Day, and I looked at all of them. I excluded 3 of these releases from my analysis. 2 that announce the names of Chief Justice appointees, given they're like literally 2 sentences long, and 1 that announces the upcoming August 31st by-elections, given that one is literally like 1 sentence long. All the other releases contain full announcements, with several paragraphs detailing why Carney is taking whatever action he's detailing in the release. And I can tell you that in every single one of those 11 news releases since Canada Day that I analyzed, Carney's team paints a clear picture of what they want you to think Canada is up against: a divided, dangerous, uncertain, and/or rapidly changing world. Specifically, in 7 out of 11 news releases, Carney tells us the world is more, quote, dangerous. It's hard.
Everything he says is right-wing coded. Like, Mark Carney isn't just a conservative, he's a right-winger. A right-winger took over the Liberal Party, and all the Liberal MPs are sitting there and doing dick all about it. They could form their own party and literally be bigger than the NDP right now. But they're sitting there saying nothing while their leader became a right-winger, passing one of the most extreme agendas probably of our lifetime.
Hard to imagine why the country.
Like, he literally said that he can't focus on short-term goals like the environment when it comes to long-term economic stability. That's the thing he said. Yeah.
Might be nervous about the state of the world in the face of a prime minister that tells us nearly twice a week that the world is getting more dangerous. Carney also mentioned that the world is rapidly changing or changing rapidly in 4 of these releases, called the world uncertain, or highlighted its.
Anyway, I recommend people go check her out. Here's a link to the full video, which is just under 8 minutes long. There you go. And moving on. So the thing is that they don't like it when we actually protest the fact that they're destroying our environment with data centers and things of that sort. And so here we have cop strike 14-year-old middle school graduate out of public meeting for saying She cares about her own future. We need to be having a hell of a lot more of these. Like, people willing to stand up. There should be so many, like the police, there shouldn't be enough police officers to be able to handle the amount of people that are sticking up for the environment right now. And I remember when, like, people were labeled as eco-terrorists and they were chided for shutting down a highway or throwing soup on a painting and all this sort of stuff. And meanwhile, the fucking world is either burning or flooding. So the data center industry can't survive 5 minutes of a kid's honest questions without calling security. That tells you everything you need to know. No to data centers.
Thank you so much.
Now imagine one of these monsters with one of the gloves.
Hey guys. I'm gonna witness that. I don't care. I'm walking out. Thank you so much.
So, First Nations and BC urge Feds Alberta to halt pipeline advancement. Again, it shouldn't be on First Nations in Canada to be the ones that are fighting the hardest for this. Like, it shouldn't just be on them. Everybody should be on this. Everybody should be fighting to stop all pipelines, to stop all data centers. There should not be another single fucking pipeline made. The problem is, especially in Alberta, is that's part of their culture. Kind of like how there's a gun culture in the United States, there's an oil culture in Alberta by mostly white settler types. But everyone needs to be pushing back on these things right now. Like, the world is at stake. And I see these articles, and it's usually the First Nations going to bat for the rest of us. And then so many Canadians are still so fucking racist towards them. And it's like, they are literally trying to save your life. So a group represents numerous First Nations across British Columbia is calling on Ottawa and Alberta's government to halt efforts to advance West Coast pipelines, saying expanding the oil industry will accelerate climate change and disasters. The destructive and disastrous consequences of expanding fossil fuel production extend far beyond any single territory, the Union of British Columbian Indian Chiefs said in a letter addressed to the Prime Minister Mark Carney and Premier Danielle Smith. From catastrophic wildfires to destructive floods and rising seas, the impacts of climate change are already being felt across this country. Every new fossil fuel project deepens that crisis. So I'll toss this into the SandBox so you can finish reading up on that if you like. So here we have First Nations fighting back. Here we have First Nations get a win. So from the breakdown, looks like Sturgeon Lake Cree Nation scored a win against Mr. Wonderful. Mr. O'Leary. He lost. So this is their statement. Sturgeon Lake Cree Nation has won their first legal battle with O'Leary Digital Limited. So Kevin O'Leary, the former, I can't remember if Shark's Den or Shark's Den or Lion Tank. I don't know if it's Shark's Den or Lion Tank he was involved with. But yeah, no, he's just kind of like a celebrity, a D-lister because he's a bit of a dick. So O'Leary having denied that they had any licenses through municipality that applied to strike SLCN's court challenge of the Water Act license. Today, decisions means O'Leary's group lost on every ground. This means that SLCN's judicial review of the Water Act license, including a challenge to Alberta's failure to consult at all, will go ahead in December. In response to today's decision, the SLCN chief Sheldon Sunshine says, Sturgeon Lake Cree Nation is happy to have the opportunity to vindicate our treaty rights and hold the Crown accountable on consultation. O'Leary Data Center here in Alberta is a mind-boggling massive project which the province has been shepherding through their regulatory system using municipality to evade their duties to us. There is no environmental assessment and next to no consultation with our nations. Now all Albertans are seeing what we have been living for 20 months. The province will push these hyperscale massive data centers in our backyards despite serious concerns. The province's answer is just treat us like we saw in the Premier's April 12th social media video. If these massive data centers cause no harm, we ask that the province and O'Leary show us all the designs, the technical reports, and let us assess those too, like every other project of this scale. And there's an article here from APTN News that goes into a little bit more detail on that, which you can read if you so desire. But, you know, it's good. They have a win. And when they have a win, we have a win. No more of these data centers should be going up. So this is a win for everyone. And so I saw this next tweet and I'm just like, okay, yeah, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Just, we are living in that dystopian future that the made-for-TV movies were warning us about. So it is now projected that the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore won't be rebuilt until 2030. Iran has already rebuilt every bridge we bombed. And Bodega here is just saying, what was that quote about how nobody knew the Roman Empire collapsed? They just noticed roads and bridges stopped being fixed. Yeah. The Western Empire that Canada also is part of is crumbling. It's not there anymore. It has fallen. Because you just look at what China is achieving right now. And they're closer to living to that future we envisioned as children. With their infrastructure projects, their renewable energies, their technology, all of that sort of stuff. They're closer to living that future. And they had to pull themselves up from, you know, they used to be the country that Americans would propagandize against, saying, oh, look at how bad they are over there. Look at how they surveil their people. Look at how they do all this. And meanwhile, we have fucking millions of flock cameras all around surveilling people in the United States. Again, triple up fascist economics. It's only a matter of time before those cameras are up here in Canada. We are living the propagandized version that they were trying to warn us about in other countries. We are living it now. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Our education is crumbling. Our healthcare is crumbling. Our food supply chains are crumbling. Our police forces are becoming more and more authoritarian. Our rights are being taken away. Everything is being surveilled. Hello to the government agency currently watching. I hope you hit that like button and subscribed. Yeah, we are living the dystopian futures that we were warned about. And in some cases, it's worse. All the propaganda that they used to do to other countries, we're living it now. Because here's just another example of that. Somebody pointing out, crazy how trains take 37 years of committees, but 1 million flock cameras and data centers can go up in a month. Oh, sorry, 1 million flock cameras and data centers can go up in a month. And I've been mentioning this before, but this is just proof that the housing crisis is completely artificial. Because if we can build all of these data centers basically overnight, the housing could have been built. We could have had it. You know, all the infrastructure projects that we are in dire need of could have been done if the government decided to make that a thing. If they decided to put their time, energy, and value into it, it could be that. We could have infrastructure that rivals China's right now. You know, bullet trains and all that sort of stuff. We could be living that future. Instead, it's the complete opposite, and all of our money is going into these fucking data centers that are destroying the environment even more, and surveillance that will keep us, you know, repressed. Taxpayer money is going into the systems that will keep us caged. Because all these pipelines, all these data centers, they're still going in place, even though there's this nightmare fuel. By November, December, this El Nino will be the strongest any living person has ever experienced. It is expected to completely surpass any previous year by massive margin. Combined with ongoing climate change, global temperature could briefly reach nearly 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels in early 2027. Earth has likely not experienced temperatures that warm in hundreds of thousands of years. At these elevated temperatures, we are going to see unprecedented climate change and extreme weather events over the next 12 to 18 months. Sea surface temperatures in tropical Pacific have already reached Super El Nino status. A huge volume of warm water still remains in the pipeline, with record-smashing amounts of subsurface heat content in the tropical Pacific yet to surface. The subsurface heat is completely exceeding that of any prior year, including the powerful 82-83, 97-98, and 15-16 El Niños. Everything's about this El Nino is record-breaking. The rate of warming, the projected peak, the amount of subsurface heat content, etc. The next 12 to 18 months will be eventful, to say the least. Now, I have a wild theory, and the serfs were just saying to this, yeah, but 6 dudes got to have the majority of wealth on Earth. I have an out there theory that this is also leading to geological instability. So around the mountains, that one is obvious. When you start melting the ice caps, all the rock and boulders and everything, like chunks of mountains that had been frozen together, well, when that starts melting, that actually kind of lubricates it to go smashing into the water below or smashing into the valley below. And so we get a lot more avalanches, rock slides, tsunamis that way. So that one's a bit of a no-brainer. But when we have consistently high surface temperatures the way we do all over the globe, it wouldn't surprise me if the rock, like the actual tectonic plates, are expanding faster because the heat is causing them to go like that. Because in the last little while, we've had a wave of major earthquakes. And it is true, they do tend to bunch because, you know, a tectonic event, a massive tectonic event on one place can destabilize it in another. But I think they're going to be more frequent as the rock, the literal rock, is expanding. And then one will set off a chain reaction to another, because it was Colombia and Indonesia recently that both got hit by massive earthquakes. Like, we're not talking about minor ones. These are pretty fucking big earthquakes that hit them. And there was another one, I forget where, not too long before that. Oh, darn it, there was a third one not too long before the Colombian one. And then just recently, there was the Indonesian one. I'm pretty sure somebody in the SandBox can help me out with, where was the third place that was hit about a month ago? But that's just my wild theory that this climate change can actually cause geological disasters like this, even though it's not normally something that you would relate to it. But yeah, Surf saying, yeah, but 6 dudes got to have the majority of wealth on Earth. And yeah, this is like, as they say, closing scene of a horror movie that stays with you for days and days. Because here we have the image of Shell in 2026, 12.6 billion profit. Spain in 2026, on fire. And this is from Greenpeace UK. Exxon, 13.9 billion. Canada, on fire. Chevron, 10.6 billion. Italy, on fire. Shell, 12.6. France, on fire. All these people celebrating the massive profits of their corporations while the world around them burns. But, you know, we need a future that deals with this on multiple levels. And so, you know, we'll have to think about things like this eventually too, when people start actually doing something about this. But there are natural ways. It's not just technology that will mitigate the climate change. There's natural ways of doing it too, because farmers have figured out that the cheapest pesticide is a strip of flowers, and scientists have verified it. So yeah, mix farming with some flowers and stuff, you know, having proper ecological systems, and you can reduce pests and the need for pesticides and whatnot. Because remember in Canada, Mark Carney got rid of the regulation, so it allows pesticides that were previously banned to be used if the corporation said, do you know what, I think it would help profits. So we're going to have to turn to more natural things like this in the future if we ever hope to survive. And then, so the last 2 things I have, well, I have 3 more tabs to talk about. They're all kind of related, but completely off topic from climate and stuff. So I think I'll take a bit of a break here and check the SandBox. Okay. Absolutely. Crichton, of course, Alberta would be cool with annexation based on everything I've heard of them. Not everyone in Alberta, but as I've said many, many times, it simply cannot happen. It doesn't matter if the entire fucking white population of Alberta said we want to separate. It literally can't be done. Let's see. Yeah, so the next 3 tabs, 2 of them are on trans issues, and then one is about, again, it's kind of related. It's about women in sports and why a lot of them are segregated to begin with. Grand Theft Auto about jump scare picture? Yeah. Jet, what the fuck is even happening? Yeah, that picture was just, there's, I think somebody says, yeah, Germ, there could have chosen a million other photos for this article. Yeah, so many other so many. What editor sat there and thought, this one, nailed it? Like, it's just, that picture was just like, I'm trying to sit there, and I'm an artist. I know proportions, and I'm sitting there trying to figure it out, and it's like, I don't think this is AI, because AI would have done a better job. Oh. Jet Trojan horse shall henceforth be known as carny horse. Yeah. All the things that they were worried about with Plattner. And just revealing the fact that, oh, we could get anyone into, leftist politics if they just say the right words at the right time. Turns out, yeah, that happened. That happened on the federal level here in Canada. Mark Carney just swooped in, said the right words at the right time, and now he's implementing a right-wing wet dream in this country. And Canadians are completely asleep at the wheel. Her meteorologist is mentioning make sure your bells on the channel are on all, not personalized. I do hear that's a problem these days with YouTube. Hello, Moomy. Welcome to the SandBox. Moomy, the oil companies don't want to start any new oil processing. Trump wants it, and they haven't added any new oil production. I think some still do, but it's the reality that a lot of them don't want to take the risk because they know that oil is on the way out. And so what's happening like here in Canada is like, oh, it's all going to be private investment. And then, well, actually, it's going to be publicly funded. Like the taxpayer money is going to help build these pipelines so that there's no risk on the actual corporations. And then the corporations are happy to build the pipelines. Flow Snake, do you know the channel Canadian YouTube channel? Wrong enough to know better. Host called Jason. Now it's an RC car channel with no content. That doesn't seem real. He was shut down. I don't know. I did see some of his videos, but I think he moved from Canada. Because the last bunch of videos that he was shooting, I think they were from India. So it could be just that he shut down his channel because he was no longer staying in Canada and sold off the name or something. I don't know. Like, he wasn't saying anything profound in his videos. They were getting a hell of a lot more views than mine, though. Just standard, left of center stuff. But I haven't seen anything in my timeline pop up from him in a while, and I subscribed to his channel. It's hard to say what happened with it. Jet Max Headroom was prophetic, which was why they turned his anti-establishment image into a sellout. Not sure I know that reference. Let's get caught up. Morbius, that's crazy. I just got a data center ad. I guess AI is listening. I was doing some research into a charity. Never talked about it on my channel. Nothing. Then LinkedIn still sends me emails from time to time letting me know what's happening in that website for reasons. And suddenly it's like, oh, check out this charity's page and their updates and stuff. I'm like, fuck you, Google. Fuck you. Rusty having trillions in Bitcoin, a slot profit. I believe I heard that there's a crypto bank getting bank status now down in the United States. Pierre Polyev would want the same thing up here. Many doctors, the weight of the Greenland ice sheet melting off will cause Greenland to uplift. There's that too, yeah. Just the weight of all the ice and rock together will cause tectonic shifts when that levels out. Absolutely, Crichton, same, but in regards to a slab hole theory, if that was what drives tectonics, then perhaps a warmer ocean may cause enough warming of the plates to impact their buoyancy in the mantle. Yeah, no, I'm thinking more like slip faults and stuff, and you start expanding it and whatnot, and then anyone that was near the breaking point would then be at the breaking point, or subduction, if it was near it, as opposed to, but there's so many reasons, but it wouldn't surprise me if somehow we find out that this global warming is actually triggering more earthquakes in a roundabout way. It's only been 3 hours, just over 3 hours, Looney Tunes. And I said I could possibly go to 3.5. Hello, Old Grease. Welcome to the SandBox. I keep on wanting to call you Old Geese. Let's see. I don't know what that's in reference to, Flow Snake. Yeah, sure, Sandy, and I ain't even seen it yet, LOL. That's a vague post. And I'm like suffering from vague post trauma on Twitter. So people who vague post in the SandBox risk banning. I'm joking, but I have no idea what you're referring to. Because by the time I get caught up, Flow Snake, no, I'm sure Jason's channel got took down. He was very knowledgeable about likely knock-on effects of Trump depriving the world of fertilizer, for example, probably a threat to the wrong people. It's possible. Like, I don't rule out any possibility at this point. Like, a lot of leftist channels will be targeted. Let's just put it that way. If my channel goes down, it's not by choice. I'll just put that out there now. But it's entirely possible. I also knew another leftist that I was subscribed to just decided to go back to a different job and stuff. So it's not saying it's impossible, but yeah, you don't know. You may be Old Greasing. You may be confusing me for my alt rolled geese. No, I see Old Grease and I think Old Keys because it's a Canadian thing. Flow Snake can't even remember what the reference is from. Anyway, why don't I just get to the last few stories? It's not necessarily good stuff, but, trickle up fashionomics, again, in Canada is a thing. And so here Raghu is just quote tweeting out somebody saying Stockwell Day needs help. If this is what Canadian conservatives think we care about, it's no surprise they're not in power. Affordability, U.S. hostility, forest fires, housing, and keeping profiteers out of healthcare. These are the real issues, not this garbage. Unfortunately, Raghu, the conservatives would have won if Donald Trump hadn't pulled off all the bullshit he did during the election, and if Mark Carney hadn't swooped in. Take away one of those two things, the conservatives would have won, because this culture war bullshit is definitely, it's definitely taking up space in the discourse in people's brains. So Stockwell Day is a Canadian politician, not shocking anyone, conservative, just, again, talking about how being transgender is a mental health issue. And you know what? It's a shitty video. I don't even feel like sharing the whole video with you guys. If you want to watch it, here, it'll be in the SandBox, so you can see it there. But he's just a fucking raging piece of garbage. The way the trans community is currently under attack. He's just a fucking piece of garbage, and this is where the discourse is heading in this country. And in some places, it's already been enacted. Just look at what's happened in Alberta. So here we're talking a bit about sports, women in sports. And part of the reason why they were segregated in the first place. So one of the big reasons sports are segregated by gender, and Christy Miller is a trans woman athlete, is that, and she talks about this extensively on Twitter and whatnot, is that women consistently beat men and men get pissy about it. Zhang Shan of China is the first and only female shooter to win an Olympic gold medal in an open mixed gender event, taking the skeet shooting title at the 1992 Barcelona Olympics. She hit a perfect 200 out of 200 targets, through the qualification and semifinal rounds to tie the world record and secure the gold medal against male competitors. The mixed skeet event was open to both men and women starting in 1968, but following her 1992 victory, the International Shooting Union separated the competition into dedicated men's and women's events, making her feat predominantly unique before individual mixed events were temporarily phased out. So this is the article that goes into a little bit more depth into it. BBC covers it. I think I'll just put this in the SandBox and then give commentary on it. You can read it if you want. But it's just, this story in particular is hitting in their sensitive spot for me because fucking Piers Morgan. Oh my God. He is so obsessed with trans women in sports. Because I saw Owen Jones go back on to Piers Morgan for the first time in a long time. And it seems like every chance Piers gets, he has to talk about trans women in sports and how unfair it is and all this sort of stuff. But this is a very nuanced and complicated issue. One of the main reasons sports are segregated is not because men would kick women's asses and everything. It's because men's emotions would get hurt. Their feelings, they'd feel emasculated being beaten by a woman. Because in many sports that don't rely on just sheer physical strength, there's no reason why women can't compete with them. Because if it comes to like agility, flexibility, reflexes, women's reflexes tend to be faster, or just skill and practice and things of that sort. And so there's like, oh, but the statistics show this, and women only get this far in this. But there are reasons for that. And it goes to the same argument of like, well, why aren't there more women engineers and women who invented things and all this sort of stuff? It's because they've been kept out of the organizations to begin with. It's not that they couldn't have done massive inventions and throughout the decades, and a lot of them have, and credit was stolen from them, but it's because women were never given an equal playing field to begin with. They don't get the same financing, they don't get the same support. Culturally speaking, at a young age, girls are discouraged from getting into sports. when it came to chess, the main reason why that one had to be segregated was because of the harassment and abuse women would receive from men. And so it's not that women can't compete with men and beat men. It's that structurally, from a cultural point of view to financial to everything about it, has been an uneven playing field. Because the same thing happened with tennis once upon a time, where a female tennis player went up against a male tennis player and beat him. And so there are lots and lots of places where women can compete just as equally as men, because there's that row going on down in the States right now about basketball. That doesn't have to do with physical strength per se. That's, again, agility, skill, practice, talent, technique, all that sort of stuff, reflexes. But over and over and over again, you will hear how men would just wipe the floor clean with women. We don't know that. And if women actually competed with men, then that would actually increase their abilities to, that would strengthen them, because when you compete against people that are better than you, that makes you better at it. So it's entirely possible that if we lived in a society where people were actually treated equally when it comes to just being encouraged to join into these sports, if women didn't have to worry about being harassed or bullied or, scrutinized for it, if women didn't have to wear fucking, mini skirts and being sexualized continuously with their uniforms, all of that sort of stuff, I think the differences is nowhere near as extreme as they're made out to be. And again, I'm all for trans women being in women's sports, because, again, if a woman is on estrogen, if a trans woman is on estrogen and they've gone through a certain amount of transition and stuff, a lot of her advantages are taken away. But so many people will be like, oh, well, you're taking the medal away from a woman. And it's like, no, a woman is winning it. Sorry, I'm getting a little distracted. Need to do this, and then this, and then this. Okay, and then this. One day I will figure out a more streamlined process for this. Thank you so much, Old Grease, for the $5 super chat. Honestly, there's a vastly bigger difference between athletes and non-athletes compared to men and women. Going to the gym will do more than hormones. I was, in high school in particular, I was an example of outliers, because once had a music teacher say, he was a bit of a misogynist, believe it or not, that the weakest boy would be stronger than the strongest girl in the class. I was like, excuse me? And he actually had to eat those words, because before puberty, I was one of the strongest kids in the class. And then after or during puberty, I wasn't one of the strongest boys, no doubt about it. I didn't have the testosterone, but I could have kicked the ass of a lot of boys by sheer strength. Yeah, like there is more differences between somebody who doesn't bother to do any sort of athletics compared to people who do, which is another misogynistic thing that happens a lot, where somebody, I don't know, like Cenk Uygur would say that any man could just go into one of these sports with women's and beat them. And it's like, no. And he does this thing, Cenk Uygur does this thing a lot, saying, oh, if this man went into the women's basketball team, he would like get 200 points on them and stuff. And it's like, they're not competing against fucking toddlers, these men. They wouldn't be competing against toddlers. They'd be competing against professional athletes. The idea that a men's team could go in and get 200 points above a women's basketball team just because is a fucking misogynistic perspective. It just is. And, you know, you have to look at it at some other, like, okay, fine, let's go to the animal kingdom, because men love to do this all the time to say why they are the way they are. Who are the hunters in the wild? You know, just think of lions. Who's the hunter? It's not the male lions. They don't do the hunting. So women also tend to have like a better sense of smell and sight and all this sort of stuff. Like they could be equally matched in a lot of sports, other than things that maybe just rely on brute strength. Because as the BBC article was pointing out, things like swimming in colder water, women tend to better perform at. Some endurance things, women tend to better perform at. And so it's entirely possible that women could be beating men a lot more in sports if they were actually treated the same. If they didn't have to worry about harassment, if they didn't have to worry about being sexually assaulted, if they didn't have to worry about wearing skimpy ass uniforms and sexualized, if they didn't have to worry about not getting funded enough, if they didn't have to worry about the cultural backlash that they deal with, if they had been supported from a young age and encouraged to go into it and shine their best, a lot of this nonsense would have been eliminated. Anyway, let's check the SandBox and then we can hopefully just chill out a bit. Grand Theft Autobot Old Grease sounds like your Bizarro Old Grease. Old Grease. Bold of you to assume I'm not Canadian. I wasn't assuming anything. I just said to a Canadian. I'm just thinking, Old Grease, I see geese. I see geese everywhere. They are in my nightmares. They haunt Canadians on the regular. So when you see a word that's close to it, it's a trauma response. Every Canadian has been attacked by a Canadian goose at some point. Moomy, from your Amazon wish list, it looks like you like peanut butter. Peanut butter and chocolate, specifically. I do like peanut butter. Peanut butter is my autistic everyday food. Even if I just scoop it out from the jar and eat it plain. But chocolate and peanut butter in particular, I'm kind of, you know, sad that really the most chocolate peanut butter you can get out there these days is through Reese. There used to be a hell of a lot more variety. I do like Reese, but there used to be a hell of a lot more variety with your chocolate and peanut butter. Like there used to be a Lindor chocolate peanut butter. Oh, that was really good. In lots of different varieties and whatnot. But I have a very, very dark joke about that. And if you all want to hear that dark joke, I need to see another super chat that matches or surpasses that $5. If you want to know what my super dark joke is. It's a dark joke only people with mental health issues are allowed to do. Now we're just getting a whole bunch of varieties of Old Grease, because cold cheese, the Wild West says, isn't there one? Flow snake, yeah, but skeet tend to be more scared of men, so they fly higher when they see one. See? Yeah. Rusty, it's close to the elections. They're ramping up transphobia. Yeah. Did I? Okay, let me just do this. Same person. I get it. Old Grease, thank you again for another $5 super chat. Wanting the joke? Okay, okay. I warned you, this is a fucking dark joke. But it's a joke that is originally me, and I came up with it years and years and years and years ago as a way to try to determine if somebody's humor would jive with mine, because my humor can be very dark when I'm not on stream. So I love peanut butter and chocolate so much. It's the only thing that will get me off the bridge. There's some people that are like, I get it. Other people are like, how dare you? And other people are like, what do you mean? I don't get it. I don't get it. Rusty, dark just means that it can be very related to dark subjects like mental health or other things. It's usually, yeah, just dark topics in general, things that you wouldn't normally joke about because they're bad. Murder, unaliving, suicide, other kind of topics within that. But yeah, I made that joke up a long time ago. Just to see if I could jive with the people. Let's see. Old Grease, every strength is a weakness, every weakness is a strength. Well, quite often, if you are smaller and weaker, you need to be more is ingenious the right word? More inventive? To figure out how to do things on your own. Here's a life hack for everyone. You don't need a strong person to open up a jar. Any one of you can open up the most stuck jar possible. And what you do is you go to your junk cupboard or junk drawer, you get out a rubber band. You put the rubber band around the rim of the jar. It's a grip issue. That, or put on a pair of rubber gloves. That's all it is. It's a grip issue. And then you can probably open up every jar. You don't need someone strong to do it. You just have to think outside the box. Well, I'm glad it looks like you like the joke, Old Grease. Bobby, I don't get it. I can't tell the tone. Are you being serious that you don't get the joke? Will, I'm just hoping I don't have a sleep paralysis goose dream now. Not dark chocolate and peanut butter. Grand Theft Auto bot. It has to be, I'm not a fan of dark chocolate. I usually actively dislike it. So it has to be a very specific kind of dark chocolate mixed with a very sweet peanut butter in order for me to like that. But not all peanut butter and chocolate is good. I've gone to many chocolatiers where it's literally they just made their chocolate and grabbed, you know, off the shelf peanut butter and slapped it on, which is not necessarily that great. The Wild West, I love those peanut butter and chocolate Easter eggs back in the day. Yeah, there used to be so many good ones from different companies, but now, you know, Reese has their peanut butter chocolate eggs, but you can get like some no-name ones and they are just, they're gross. Like they're actually gross. Like I miss when there was a lot of variety. Or even something that is Reese brand that I loved was they had Reese balls. So sometimes you can still get them in other things like Score or something will have like, or Kit Kat will have the little balls. Well, they used to have little Reese balls that I loved having in my mouth. There's no way you could say that without the innuendo. But oh my God, I love them so much. I would just stuff my mouth full of balls. See. Moomy, I can't do Super Chat, but would Amazon $10 gift card do? I could definitely use it, but only if you have money. Like, don't... I don't want people sending me money if you can't afford it. Jet, my mom used to have a rubber pad exclusively for that. Yeah, there used to be like, you could buy them at the TV promotion stores or something, and you'd have to pay to get like this, you know, specially designed thing, rubber thing to pop the jar lid off and whatnot. And it's like, or you could just spend no money and use a rubber band. It's kind of like all those fancy clips you can get for chip bags and all that sort of stuff. It's like, ooh, this specifically designed. No, you can actually just use clothes pegs. It's just, it does the same thing. Rusty, what's the opposite of a dark joke? I would think probably toilet humor. Potty humor, I would say. That's just the off. My first instinct is to say potty humor is the opposite of dark humor. Oops. Old Grease, long ago I used to struggle with my will to live. I appreciate that sort of thing. Oh, I have more stories about that. Flow Snake, I understand the part about the bridge, just not the bit about the weird North American flavor combination. Peanut butter and chocolate. But yes, peanut butter. And Kraft Smooth Light is actually my go-to. I like that one the most. And I will just, I'll spoon it right straight from the jar. Probably do that tonight. Because oh right, I put peanut butter in my oatmeal this morning for breakfast. But it'll probably have more peanut butter. It's my everyday food. Hermeteorologist is correct. There is an art to PB in chocolate. Moomy, my only income is playing games for Amazon gift cards. Only help out if you can. Make sure you have everything else you need first. Grand Theft Autobot. My spouse sometimes make Buckeyes. I think I called them PB balls covered with chocolate. So good. Yes, those homemade ones are really good. Have a good night, Flow Snake. I don't know of Adam's peanut butter. Old Grease? Ugh. Well, every now and then, at least in my area, there are stores of like, there's a lot of British stores, let's put it that way. Because when it comes down to it, you know, there's, or a lot of UK store themed stores here because we have Fergus, London, Windsor, Cambridge, you know, like Paris, Air, all of that sort of stuff. And so there's sometimes, oh, there's even a Shakespeare and Stratford and all of that. So you can travel the UK and southwestern Ontario. So sometimes they'll have some of these themed stores. And if I recall, I have gotten some good peanut butter and chocolate from the UK store. Wild West, now I want peanut butter and chocolate blondies. Oh. Moomy, I put peanut butter and chocolate milkshakes. I've done that. Talking all about it. I'm craving some now. But yeah, it's been a day. It's been a good week. Been a lot of ups and downs. This last little while, my mental health has just been really, really strained the past couple days. It flows in and out of it. So hopefully it'll flow out of it soon before it gets really bad sometimes. But if I have a fair bit of free time this week, and as of right now I do, I should be able to get a lot of good work done on my TYT essay. It's just, I'm so close to getting done that I'm just like, oh, I need to finish it. I need to finish it. The initial draft, that is. I feel that it's getting so close to getting done that I just need to do it. And I'll feel so much better when it's done, because then I get to focus on my book. New words have been coming to my head. So yes, I'm going to be writing a language for the vampires that won't even, for the most part, you won't even see in the new edition of this one, because Minuet isn't speaking Vampirish in this. She's speaking English. But for prequels and sequels and stuff like that, I might put more of an influx of actual Vampirish into it. And so those words have just been kind of popping into my head. And Looney Tunes, I will say, yes, if you become a patron, you might see bonuses about my book in relation to my other YouTube channel. All my politics stuff will always never be behind a paywall, but stuff related to my book might be. Although if you really desperately want to know something, you can email me. I'll probably still tell you if you can't afford it. Just saying. But I think last week I told you what the first curse word was in Vampirish. Another curse word came to me. And sometimes just like random words will come to me in my head. And I actually know what the symbol is for a couple of them, like the written symbol, letter, I guess you could say. Because in Vampirish, the language of these vampires, I also need help coming up with like a name for the prequels. Because they refer to themselves as kinfolk. But that doesn't necessarily translate to vampire stories. Something that's kind of catchy that I can say stories from the realm of the vampires or something silly like that. But yeah, a new edition will be out soon. So if you buy the current edition, it will be a collector's item. And I would say don't read it, but if you have gotten it and you have read it, don't worry, all the plot points are completely the same. Completely the same. Just a lot of little details will be changed. And so what you can do is you can email me and I will for sure send you a PDF of all the changes of some of the details. Well, I'll send you a PDF of all the details that I've changed. And for the cost of shipping, I will send you a new edition. And a gift. The gift being one of these personalized with your name. There's a bunch of different queer themed ones, so it doesn't have to be non-binary, pansexual. Or one of these Palestine ones will be in the book for you. But yeah, it's just a lot of little details are going to be changed because Minuet has been more open with me, like when it comes to full names and things of that sort. Yeah, so I can't wait to get back to it, but I have 2 curse words. It's funny how I'm coming up with curse words faster than a lot of other words. Grand Theft Autobot, your book has a DLC? Am I supposed to know that acronym? I feel like I should, but I'm not entirely sure I know. Absolutely says Vampire Shadow Daddy Origins. Pull in that romanticy crowd. Yeah, a lot of them aren't going to be all that romantic. I'm just saying. Because it's more in the horror genre. But the thing is that it's going to ebb and flow. So it's going to be in the spirit of Star Trek Next Generation. So in Star Trek Next Generation, you had like an overall, some story threads that were carried throughout multiple episodes and stuff, with certain villains being kind of introduced and then built up to and all this sort of stuff. But then sometimes you would get an episode that was just about one character and one development that they've had, like a realization, a growth, or a relationship developed in some way. And that's really all it was about, the entire episode. And so there's going to be some books that are just, here's a story, a small story of one of the characters that doesn't really go to the overall timeline plot, but just gives you more information about that character and who they are and where they came from. Grand Theft Autobot, oh, forget you don't video game, Sandy. It's short for loadable content. Ah, okay. No, I don't have that for my book. So some stories are just going to be a story of like, here's a journey that one of the characters or a relationship went on, and it's not like end of the world stakes in it. But then there's going to be other stories where there is like a massive conflict in it. Then there's going to be stories that are horror related. Then there's going to be stories that are more romance related and things of that sort. So it's going to be a full world that you'll see multiple aspects of from different characters, like predominantly Minuet and those closest to her, but other characters as well. You'll learn more about them. And I can't wait to get back to it. Like I'm vehemently anti-AI, but I feel so sad for the people, the writers who are relying on it, because part of the reason why I'm looking forward to getting back to this book is the journey of the writing, to see where it takes me, to find out what I discover. You know, I wouldn't be making a new language because of AI. And these are words that are coming to me, and the words have backgrounds and meanings and stuff. So I think last week I told you what the first curse word was, and that's vespre, and it comes from a torture pit that vampires used to use to make a statement or set an example. The most extreme forms of torture happened there, while others were forced to watch from above. And if somebody went in there for punishment, they never left alive. And since they are vampires and very, they heal and durable, that torture could last for decades. But they were eventually banned. And the closest English word to that is hell, like a literal hell. But the next kind of curse word that I have is dolt. Dolt. Yeah. D-O-E-L-T. And what that means is like a foolish mistake or one that should have been obvious. So there's obviously a big spelling mistake in the title, or you do something and it's like, yeah, that was a dumb mistake. And that the closest English curse word to that is shit. So if I were to call you a dolt head, it's basically saying that you're foolish, or your brain, your way of thinking is an obvious mistake type thing. So they use that the way that English speakers use shit. Then there's also a word that popped into my head is keet. And that word is what? Keet. But it's also used when somebody would say like, excuse me, or I beg your pardon. They use keet in that. And it's like, keet? So Grand Theft Auto, I know there's going to be a lot of words that are crossed over. But it's D-O-E-L-T, not D-O-L-T. It's thin. There's a little bit more of a roll in the dolt, like dolt. And I know it's already like an insult thing, but not a curse. But in their language, dolt is it's a curse word. Like shit is a curse word. But yeah, I need a full name though for one of my vampire characters. I have most of them worked out, but Gavin does not have his name yet. I have different greetings for different forms of hello and goodbyes and things of that sort. Megale is hello, and that's just a form of polite. Mako is kind of the casual, hey. So Megale is hello. Mago, hey. But then there's a whole bunch of goodbyes. And part of the reason is when you first meet somebody, you don't necessarily have a judgment on them, but by the time you say goodbye, you might. And so like one of them is like, goodbye, I don't want to see you again. Like one of the ways of saying goodbye is like, yeah, I don't want to see you again. And there's Ord, which is just, I hope you survive the night or the day, and used before the trials. That was meant literally because you were going into battle or confronting a foe or something of that sort. But then it became more tongue-in-cheek afterwards, like you have a big test or something, or you're about to ask someone out on a date. Then they would say Ord, as in, I hope you survive. So yeah, because some of these words have already have meanings change from before or after the trials. Sorry. When I'm in a really shitty headspace, talking about my book helps. And this should not be therapy. My YouTube channel should not be therapy. But I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different versions of goodbye already. But only 2 versions of hello. But I need to figure out what Gavin's name is. I can feel it. Like I can feel it there. Because you have Minuet Minlunlai, Raphael Endelin Minlunlai, and one that I was embarrassed to try to say last week because it is a bit more complicated is Vincent's full name. Vincent Udinha. So think like Udina, but instead of the N, it's a tongue tick. Vincent Udina. It's a bit of a lighter tick than what I just did. Vincent Udine. I have to practice that one. It's a bit tricky. Just like Michael Henri Picagna. You have to roll that R. So, yeah. And then I have words that I don't even know the meaning of yet, but I have the word. Anyway, I don't need to bore you all with my vampirish talk. I already know that Looney Tunes is going to mock the old version of vampirish just because of what it's called. That has nothing to do with the YouTuber. Vrosh. That's the old tongue of the vampire language. What we would kind of consider like Latin. Anyway, I've probably been boring you enough with that. So let's do this. I still need to like eat dinner. Absolutely. I don't know. I don't see info dumping about creating art as therapy personally. But if it helps you, that's good. And I don't feel bad about info dumping. Vrosh. V-R-O-S-H. The Wild West. Vrosh is the old tongue of the vampire language. But yeah, I just like traveling into my other reality, which is the world of that book. Let's see. Oh, Danielle is their main character of the book, and her name is Danielle Slovi Mitk. And the thing is all of those names, other than the first name, have a meaning. But I don't want to spoil those meanings necessarily. So when the new edition of the book comes out, I'm actually going to have a YouTube video designed for people before you read it that is just simply, here's the pronunciation of the names. So that when you read the book, you can have the correct pronunciation going in so you don't get mixed up. But then I might have one afterwards that has more insight into their names, like what it actually means. It's just, there's going to be, you'll notice like a different theme post trials versus pre-trials. Absolutely. Cretin, the phononics. I know what you mean. Reminds me of the Peregrine from PoE. I don't know that. But the thing is that this language is roughly 3,900 years old. And it pulls from cultures from all over the world. So I don't want it to sound like any one culture. You know, I want elements from all cultures kind of mixed into it. And their written language. It's going to be some work. Let's see. Some very simple ones. Here, you'll learn some of the first characters in Vampirish. Again, I'll take this down. This one is or, like the word or, O-R, and it's pronounced t. That one is and. And when you combine the two and say ta, that means maybe. And this line here is for the word said, but I don't know how to pronounce it in Vampirish yet. Because a lot of words, common words, will have their own letter. And a name will be in a box. And other significant words will be put in like little boxes. There are different types of nouns. So there are nouns for living things. There are nouns for objects that aren't living. and different nouns for places, locations. So we have person, place, or thing, but they separate them. So they wouldn't all be considered a noun. They would be considered different things. So yeah, just things like that. And even like the word said, depending, because there'll be because these words, their sentences are written in columns down. So if you see this, that's the same as quotations, like quotations around sentences here. And so you'll see like a said lead down into something like that, but there'll be things like this around a word before. So if it is before said, then it means you're not supposed to say it out loud when reading. No, if it's before said, then you do say it out loud. So angrily said. But if it comes after the said with the word, then it means that you're just supposed to put the emphasis in it. It's like an invisible word. When you read it, you're not supposed to pay attention to it, but it just gives you the inflection of what the next spoken dialogue is supposed to be. Anyway, again, they're teaching me their language. So you can buy the current book that's available on Amazon, and that will be considered a collector's edition at some point. And then if you email me and show proof of purchase, I will send you a PDF that will have all the detail changes in it. And for the cost of shipping, I will send you a new edition. And this is a limited offer. Like, okay, it's not like I sold that many. I've only sold like 50 of them. But I would say like the first 20, but that's like, I don't imagine too many people would be taking me up on this offer. You get a new edition plus a gift for the cost of shipping. Because I feel bad. I feel bad. I wasn't expecting all of this to happen when I started this journey with this book. I wasn't expecting all the prequels and sequels coming into my head, and the relationships and how they developed, and the realization that more of those elements should have been in this current book and things of that sort. So a lot of little details will be changed, but the overall plot is the exact same. Not a single different plot point in there. Hello, Sherry Swiss. Thank you for coming into the sandbox right at the end. Is Trump allowed to stand for a third time? My uncle is 85 and he already is dangerous, suffering from dementia. Well, technically speaking, he's not allowed to. He might do it anyway. It's in their constitution. They can only run twice, and that was put in place after, what's his name? The good one, the good rich president. Ford? Was it Ford? Because he won so overwhelmingly, they were worried that he would never lose power because he was a little bit more of progressive-ish, as much as they would see down there. And so that was threatening to them, so then they limited terms to 2. That doesn't mean Trump won't run a third time. It just means they're not supposed to. It's not like a parliamentary system up here where they can just keep on running if they keep on winning. Just ask Doug Ford. But there should be a better cognitive test than what's going on, or just actually listen to the results of the cognitive test, because nobody in Donald Trump's or Biden's state should be the leader of one of the most powerful nations in the world. That's just a hard no. So Absolutely is asking if my book is urban or high fantasy vampire or historical fantasy. More like historical, because I do want to incorporate actual events of this world. Like in this current book, there's actual references like to events that have happened. So I do want to have actual historical events intertwined with it. But it is vampire, so it is fantasy. And yeah, a lot of world building in there. FDR. Yes, FDR is the name of the person that I was thinking of. But yeah, I can't wait to get back to the book because I don't know everything that's going to come out of the writing process. And that's part of the reason why I love the writing process, is learning where the story goes. Because my initial plot out of the book is nothing like what the actual book is. Franklin Roosevelt, says Mike working for Greens. That sounds right. So yeah, I can't wait to get back into that world. Anyway, so my next live stream should be on this space. So not this channel, but on a YouTube channel called This Space, Wednesday, 4 p.m. Eastern. I'll be talking about Fluck cameras and AI. Absolutely sick, like Victorian era. Oh, it's going to go far back than that. The first vampires are 4,200 years old. Oh, right. I should check to see if there's anybody I am familiar with streaming right now. I doubt it. Yeah, nobody I'm familiar with. So I won't be redirecting you. Then regular news live stream on Sunday, you know, providing nothing comes up out of the ordinary. Yeah, and I'm just really hoping that I can focus and get the fucking TYT essay, the initial draft, done. It has just been, and I'm still waiting to hear back on a couple things and some of my accidental investigative journalism to see if they actually pan out into something. I don't know yet. Anyway, I think with all of that, I am pooped. It's been one hell of a week. So, with all of that, thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you mods for keeping the sandbox clean of turds. Thank you to everyone who has helped out financially. It means the world to me, and it has helped out. It has helped me get this far with, like, not an exaggeration. I wouldn't have been able to have my channel this long if it wasn't for the amazing support of the community. I hope everyone stays safe in this day and age. And yeah, I appreciate you all. So, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.